Alright, so we should be going live now. Welcome everyone, this is On Just Restart. This is the On Just Restart podcast. We do it every Monday night at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. And I'm joined by one of my good friends I used to do a podcast with a while ago on this channel, Coloco, Andy, Nintendo Game Talk Man. You could probably just go by Coloco, that's what he usually goes by nowadays. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. Thanks for inviting me on. I'm pretty hyped to be talking about all this crazy news that seems to be happening every minute.
Yeah, no,
something new.
Today was intense. And before we get into it, we're also joined by Brandon from What About Nintendo.
Oh.
Yeah. How you doing, man?
What a shock.
Yeah.
Doing well. Doing very well. As always.
Good. Yeah, but going back to what you were saying, Coloco, I'm just gonna call you Andy. That's your name. I'm calling you Andy. Today was ridiculous. First off, I don't know if anyone heard, but well, I'm sure a lot of people have. Stan Lee, the co-founder for Marvel, who founded Marvel, I believe, back in 1939 when he was like 17 years old, in his later teenage years, passed away this morning, apparently, at the age of 95. The old guy who's in all the Marvel movie cameos. He created most of those franchises, and he passed away. So, growing up, I was never like a big comic book fan. But when they started introducing the movies, I started getting really, really into it. And those movies and the story and legacies behind those movies, those characters, have actually really offered a lot of joy to me over the years. So I grew to learn more and more about Stan Lee over the years, and I've gained a tremendous amount of respect for him and what he's accomplished with what he's done. And seeing what he's done and how he's focused on creating he's had this ambition about creating and really making a difference in terms of creating joy. Like, I feel like he's sort of paved the way for me to sort of believe that I can make a difference in the world by creating content that is about making people happy rather than just focusing on maybe math or science. And I think he's a really special person. He's had an amazing life, so may he rest in peace. And I just want to give my 2 cents on that. Is there anything you guys want to add to that?
I mean, he was really cool. I'm kind of sad to see, obviously, him leave. He was pretty old. He had heart issues and stuff, so it wasn't that surprising. It was just kind of like, how could he die? How could this happen?
Well,
like, this dude's a legend.
I feel like 95 is good.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. How do you feel about that, Andy? Do you even care?
Yeah, no, I do.
I don't care about the man.
Heartless. But I kind of, it doesn't. Well, obviously, it doesn't surprise me because of his age. I mean,
right.
A lot of people never gonna live to see 90.
Yeah.
But especially when you see like someone that's been married to the same person for like, he was married to his wife for like a long time. It was like 50 years or something like that, or longer. I don't know the exact,
I feel like
amount,
he lived the American dream.
Yeah, but when you see that and one of the couples dies, usually, unfortunately, the other person doesn't last too long because they've just been alive together so long and experienced so much together, But it's very sad because he's the founder of geekdom, man. He really is.
Yeah, it's really crazy. For those who don't know, his wife, I believe, passed away last year. And actually, what's also interesting, the other co-founder, I think his name is Jack Kirby. If I got that wrong, forgive me. He also passed away a few months ago. So, like, it's kind of crazy how his wife, like you were saying, passed away just last year. His co-founder for the entire Marvel also passed away a few months ago. And also, what's really kind of weird to me is that I didn't actually get a chance to go up to Stan Lee, but apparently Stan Lee was at the Comic-Con that I was at last month. So the premise of that is bewildering to me, and especially because next year we're going to see a few really good Marvel movies, and he's going to be in it, right? He's going to have his cameos in those movies because they filmed all of that well in advance.
He's got 5 more cameos filmed.
Do you know which ones?
But I don't know. I just
Okay.
know that I read that today that he's got 5 more
Okay.
cameos.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be.
I heard one of them was for the next Spider-Man movie.
Okay. Well, that makes sense. The next Spider-Man movie, the last Avengers movie that's gonna come out, and then there's what is it, Captain Marvel, as well, which is supposed to be kind of like a precursor to the final Avengers movie as well, right? Like that's at least 3 movies right there. And we're gonna be talking a lot about movies today, but I just want to talk a little bit about Stan Lee because I feel like even though he's not necessarily about video games, it's kind of closely tied, right? He, like you said, Andy, he's like the father of geek culture, right? So it's a big deal. But I think he lived a pretty good life. I mean, I didn't know him personally, but he did a lot for a lot of people, and I feel like he lived the American dream. Like I thought it's kind of amazing. So,
yeah.
But not going to dwell on people passing away the entire discussion. So let's move forward. There's a lot of people in the chat. Hello, Gino, boy 9000 Extreme. He already loves the movie, apparently. I am extremely excited for Detective Pikachu based off this trailer. I was always concerned about it, but I mean, we're going to get into it, but it's looking pretty impressive, at least to me. Hey Josh, how you doing, man? Super Mario, what's up? Super Chris, hello. Ariel Ortega, hi, how you doing? Prince Awesome, what is up, man? Vilbeard, Signs Joe. Yeah. Robeer, thank you for the congratulations on getting to 2K subs. Actually, Brandon also got to 2,000 subs recently as well. So, major congratulations over there to you, Brandon.
Thank you.
Yeah, Saz64, how's it going, man? And by the way, guys, Andy, he has 2 different channels. He's Nintendo Game Talk, which that's the one he's using in the chat right now. But he also has his other channel called Coloco. He's focusing on Nintendo Game Talk. That's where I want you to check him out. I'll put links to both of his channels in the description below. But Nintendo Game Talk is the channel you're focusing on now, right? Right, Andy?
Yeah. Coloco's more for it's more for projects that take a long time. It's more like I don't have to worry about when do I post something there. The other Nintendo Game Talk's more for news and discussions and stuff. So.
Okay. Yeah, but definitely check out both channels, guys. The links are in the description below. His primary channel is the first link, though. But there, and of course, Brandon. If you haven't seen Brandon before, the link to his channel is also in the description below. And this time, the links actually work. Andy, I don't know if you remember, but last time you were on the podcast, I failed to put your links in there, and I was like, "Hey, everyone go."
That's all right.
Yeah. But
that's why I'm not at 2,000 subscribers, man. Thanks a lot.
How dare you?
God,
No, I'm just kidding.
How could you do this to him?
Oof. The momentum, I killed it back then, but don't worry, you'll get it right back. Isaiah, how you doing, buddy? So let's just jump into the discussion. So this is kind of an interesting thing that I did not expect at all, right? And it's technically not news because it's sort of been known, but basically, if you didn't know about it, I didn't. Liam Robertson for the Video Game History channel, he put out a video today talking about how Nintendo back in the 90s was trying to acquire the rights for Harry Potter on the Nintendo 64 and then potentially beyond. So they failed, right? Ultimately, what happened was that Nintendo wanted to gain the rights and make these awesome Harry Potter games, which I have full faith that they would have made a better Harry Potter game than anyone else could have. For example, EA, who did get the rights to them, but they also wanted to be exclusive to Nintendo, of course, and that's why ultimately the rights ended up with EA, because EA was putting out Harry Potter games for every platform. But right. Personally, just the premise of Nintendo maybe getting the rights to that would have been really cool, because one, I think they could have made some really amazing Harry Potter games, but also, if they had gotten the rights to Harry Potter, how successful do you think they would have been? Like, let's just say they had all the Harry Potter games that were coming out only came on Nintendo GameCube back then. Do you think the GameCube would have been more successful? What do you guys think?
I think I'd have to know the sales numbers for those games. I don't know if did they do really well? I'm not sure.
I don't actually know sales numbers either, but I feel like the branding for Harry Potter is so strong. and the sales must have been at least pretty good because they kept making the games. And also, if Nintendo was making them, I feel like they'd be even better.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just to me, it's just interesting that was even in the works. Like, it's just kind of crazy to me. But Andy, are you even a fan of Harry Potter?
Not really. I've actually did see like the first few movies, but it just something, I don't know. It just didn't interest me. Like I saw like as a kiddie Lord of the Rings, and I'm a huge Lord of the Rings fan, so I kind of just, you know, I don't know. I just don't. But on the point of Nintendo acquiring the license for those games, I don't think it would have made that much of a difference with the GameCube. I mean, what was going on with the GameCube? It had amazing library. That was not the problem. The problem was, you know, the hardware and the decisions they made back then that, you know, and versus their competitors. As far as the N64, I don't know, man, but it would have been nice to have an RPG on the N64 that was decent, because there was none. So
yeah, I mean, there was that one that was canceled, Earthbound 64.
Oh, that would have been cool.
I heard that Ogre Battle.
I was hyped for that, man.
Yeah,
Ogre Battle's not bad. I did get it for Wii U years later, but that Earthbound 64, I remember looking at it in magazines and thinking like, oh my gosh, it's gonna be amazing. Like, nope.
I mean, it eventually materialized into a Game Boy Advance game, right? Mother 3, the infamous Mother 3.
No, we will never get to play.
Isn't that kind of weird though? Like when you think about it, they had a fully fledged 3D game, and it eventually turned into a 2D sprite-based game. Isn't that strange? Like,
well,
have you ever? Is there any other game that they've ever done that, where its development started as a 3D game and ended up being a sprite-based game?
And there may be a bunch that we just don't know.
Yeah, I think I think there's probably at least a few, at least even from Nintendo, but I don't know them offhand. Yeah, but the way I feel about it is that it's not the same game. It isn't, right? But maybe like the storyline concepts and stuff like that would have translated over into Mother 3, right? Maybe like, because if you played Earthbound, right? Like Earthbound has an obscene amount of character interactions and different things going on between the characters. Like, it's pretty in depth, and it kind of amazes me just how much was going on with the characters in a game back then.
It's insane.
And like, so I can imagine.
The only thing I will say is that I kind of want to say that when I saw the screen for Earthbound 64, it had the original characters from Mother 2 in it. I want to say that. I'm gonna look that up.
Okay.
And see what.
I haven't seen them, so I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know either, but it's just, I still fantasize about Earthbound 64 somehow materializing, and obviously it materializing now wouldn't mean Earthbound 64. I would want it to be basically them reinvigorating the Mother franchise, the Earthbound franchise, and making it like a 3D, modern day RPG franchise. Like, imagine that. Like, what if Nintendo got Monolith Soft to work on on Earthbound and just make bring back Earthbound to the modern era? Like, how cool would that be?
I don't know if Monolith Soft's the right company for that, to be honest. I feel like they're...
Well, I think they could definitely get the scope right, and they could definitely give it good RPG mechanics, but in terms of the whimsical characters and stuff...
Yeah, that's kind of my thing.
But I feel like the writer would still control that aspect of it. But then again, the writer, I forget his name, but from what I've heard, doesn't want to create another installment for the Mother series. He feels like it's complete and he doesn't want to revisit it.
Didn't he recently? Isn't he working on another game that's about to release for the Switch?
Is he?
I
don't think so.
Do you know his name so I can look it up? Because I don't remember his name. Creator. If I put Mother Creator in Google, I don't think it'll come up.
Probably not. Come up with some
creator.
Stuff, sure.
I like his last name, Itoi.
Oh, so you do know name.
Fun to say.
Creator of Mother. That's still not gonna give. Oh, actually.
Oh.
Shigesato Itoi. Okay. Okay, so That's actually kind of a hard name to. Shigesato Itoi. Done with Mother series.
I heard about that, but is he making a game on the Switch? That's kind of.
Well, apparently Mother 4 is totally impossible. That's what he said. But even if they were never to progress the story, like maybe they could at least. Oh look, Mr. .C9CJ9 just subscribed. If you're in the chat, welcome. Yeah. But if they were to ever try and do it, which they probably won't, because I mean, we haven't seen it happen yet. But you never know.
Right.
Like it would probably be more like remaking the first three rather than extending the story, just redoing it. You know.
I mean, they don't even have to have the same characters or story. They could make something completely different and kind of just
in the same vein of it. Yeah, that'd be.
Yeah.
I would love that. That personality. I don't. Is there any series that's like similar to Earthbound in terms of personality and the way it works?
You guys say Undertale already?
Oh, you know, I haven't played Undertale.
I was thinking of Undertale.
There
actually.
you go.
A lot of people.
Maybe I should go play Undertale.
Undertale.
Literally.
I guess yeah. It kind of does have that whimsical character thing going on. Undertale's great. If you haven't played that, you should play. It's awesome.
There's
like a huge hate community against it, but it's completely unfounded. It's an amazing game, and Deltarune is also shaping up to be really good.
So
I asked a question, I actually got an answer. Good.
Does it? Yeah. Anybody in the chat, do they know what game I'm talking about? That's maybe it's not Itoi's, maybe not part of it, but it's the same people that made Mother 2 are making this game, and it's releasing on the Switch. You know what you guys you know what I'm talking about?
No. I would imagine that'd be some sort of RPG series. Oh look, Isaiah just subscribed. Welcome, buddy. But let's see, Mother 2 developers.
I believe that's Sabbath 64. Yeah, I think it's it has like Octopath like graphics. I'm pretty sure.
Really?
Yeah.
How have I not heard of this? How do I not know what this is?
Mother 2 developers of Cult Hit Mother working on new RPG for Switch. Developers of Cult Hit Mother 3, aka Earthbound 3, working on new RPG for Switch. Is it an indie game?
I think so.
That's probably why. Yeah, I see it. Work X Work or Work because I think X is supposed to be silent.
That's what it is. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well.
And it looks cool.
I think it's only confirmed to be coming out in Japan, apparently. At least according to this article, which is actually a few months old already. So, guys, check out Work X Work. That's how you would type it out. But the X is supposed to be silent. Work. It's at least it should be already available in Japan.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
It's not quite the Octopath style, but I guess it's kind of like that 3D, 2D kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool.
Yeah. So, let's see. Yo, Lazy James, how's it going, man? Savage just said Workbound. That's actually kind of like that's probably a pretty good nickname to it. Hey Ray, I actually don't think you're too late to the stream. We're just really getting started. We haven't even. We're done with the first topic. We're transitioning to the second topic now. We've been a little bit off topic, but you know, we're gonna go a little off topic all the time. I think I saw Sean actually. Hey Sean from N64. He's here as well. Cool. All right, so let's move on. You guys ready to move on? Or is there anything you guys want to add in terms of anything we just talked about? Because we talked about several different things.
Right. I guess it's for Harry Potter. It would have been interesting. I played some of the different Harry Potter games. Like they had a Quidditch one, and then they had, Harry Potter 2 is on the PS2. I think is where I played it, and they were okay. I think the best part of that game was just being able to fly around the castle on your broom. That was it. Even as a huge Harry Potter fan, I didn't think the games were ever that great. Not the ones I played, which isn't better many though. So, but I'm super excited for that new Harry Potter game that got leaked. That's gonna be awesome.
Yeah,
Dude,
the graphics look good.
yeah, that thing looks crazy. When do you think Warner Brothers is gonna officially reveal that though?
I don't know. I have no idea.
I don't know either. I don't know, but I'll tell you this: Warner Brothers has been on a hot streak because they're also helping out with Detective Pikachu, and that game looks amazing. And that game, the movie,
You got, of course, you got Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them too.
that also looks pretty good. Yeah, no, they're on fire.
Yeah,
I've been pretty impressed. Yeah, but let's move on. So, Pokemon Let's Go is coming out this Friday. I don't know about you guys, but I'm a pretty big Pokemon fan. Charmander over here is a pretty big Pokemon fan. So we're probably gonna pick up Pokemon Let's Go because I think it's gonna be really good, even if it is more of a casualized version of Pokemon. I think it's gonna still be pretty awesome. I've been hearing some good things. How about you guys? Where do you guys stand on Pokemon Let's Go? Are you guys gonna pick it up?
No.
Oof.
Not right away.
Man.
I don't know, man. It's just I gotta buy Smash. I gotta buy something about the Xenoblade DLC. Christmas is coming up, so I gotta buy presents and stuff. So money, not very much of that. So
But you can make a lot of money in Pokemon Let's Go.
True.
There's yen
Yes,
everywhere.
that'd be helpful.
Every time you beat somebody, you'll make money.
If only that works in real life, huh?
Am I the only Pokemon fan here?
No, I'm gonna get it. I'm definitely picking it up. I think that it's actually gonna be great. The fact that it's a little more casual, the fact that it's 2-player, I mean, that's awesome, man. Like someone like my significant other, she's not that big into video games, but she does like Pokemon. She likes, she likes the show. She likes the everything about it, but the games. So I think this is good. This is a good bridge for those people that, and a lot of, like, every video game can't possibly be for you. All those people that are really mad about it, sorry, but every video game cannot please you, and on top of that, we're getting a big, huge game for the hardcore fans. We're getting it next year. It's not too far away. Other like, look at Diablo fans. Look how long they have to wait for the next Diablo, and they got just a crap. What if we weren't getting a Pokemon game, and what if they were like announcing? What if Nintendo did something like that and said, "Hey guys, we got this huge Pokemon announcement. It's a cell phone game," and then we don't get the next Pokemon for like God knows when.
Animal Crossing Amiibo Festival.
Ooh. God,
Well,
let's not talk about
yeah,
it.
that's a good point. Point. Okay, good point. Very good point.
So, I just want to point out that when was the last we're getting a Pokemon game this year, we're getting a Pokemon game next year. We got a Pokemon game last year, we got a Pokemon game the year before that. When did Pokemon Omega Ruby come out?
2014, I want to say.
2014. So this is 2018. We got a Pokemon game in 2017 and 2016. So we skipped 2015, right? But if we get a Pokemon game next year, that's gonna be 4 years in a row with a mainline ish Pokemon game, right? So Let's Go is we're on the third year. Normally we would get a break by this point, right? We're not getting a break. This is our third Pokemon game in a row, and we're gonna have a fourth one next year. So as a Pokemon fan, ultimately it's more Pokemon. That's all it really is. It's more Pokemon.
But it's not just that. It's Pokemon in HD. Pokemon in HD, man.
In
like
HD.
it's hype, dude. Like even if you're not, like, I mean, if you're a Pokemon fan, just that alone is such a huge step up, because compared to any other long running series, Pokemon, and Ray said this better the other day, it's so slow to evolve. And it's kind of ironic that a game that's all about evolving and getting bigger and getting stronger as fast as you can is so slow to evolve their game. And this is a big step in the evolution, I think, is actually the visual fidelity is going to be amazing.
Yeah, it's the thing is, like, if you go back to the first Pokemon games, a lot of the reasons why those Pokemon games were so quirky and so weird and had so many, like, oddities and glitches was because of the limitations of the system. Back then, it was about limitations, and they stayed on the handhelds, and it kind of has been a limitation, because Pokemon Sun and Moon and Ultra Sun and Moon were pushing the 3DS to the limit, right? So you can say that Pokemon wasn't advancing that much, and I don't disagree with that, but part of it was because they were stuck on the handhelds. But now, moving on to the Nintendo Switch, right, they don't have that excuse anymore. Now, the limitations for them are, they've been running on 3DS hardware, 240p hardware for quite a while now. Now they can actually develop for a 1080p system, right? So it's kind of insane, the difference here. So, like, we're going to see some special things in, next year. And we're already seeing some really special things with Let's Go, right? It's a beautiful game. Pokemon are roaming the environment, right? They're so expressive. The animations are so good. And, like, it's not your super traditional Pokemon experience, but it's still kind of like a traditional Pokemon experience. And as a Pokemon fan, for me, I'm actually really excited about it. And I'm going to enjoy it. I don't have a girlfriend to enjoy girlfriend mode like you, Andy. But, you know, I guess I'll just play co-op mode with two hands.
Give one of the Joy-Cons to Charmander back there.
Oh yeah, it'll be stationary most of the time. But yeah, I'm excited for it. So you know, you don't have to be excited for it, Brandon. But we are judging you.
Not excited about it. I'm just not excited about it enough to get it over getting Smash or the Xenoblade DLC.
Well, I agree with you there though. If I had to choose, well, the Torna DLC. Well, definitely Smash.
$20? The Torna DLC, or is it
30 actually?
It's 30.
30.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's kind of pricey, but it is also pretty extensive. I really enjoyed the Torna DLC, so I definitely think it's worth it, especially if you're a Xenoblade fan. So, yeah, no, I understand, Brandon. I mean, we have to budget ourselves, which is why I haven't picked up a lot of games. My list is expanding.
The fact that you haven't picked up Octopath is still blowing my mind.
Yeah, well, it's
you haven't played Octopath yet?
I haven't played Octopath.
Oh, he's a heathen.
What is wrong with you?
I know, right?
Not because
so amazing.
It's not about. Maybe I'll get a good deal on it for Black Friday.
I don't think it's on sale.
No,
is it?
Probably not.
Probably not.
Not on Best Buy.
Well,
I'll let you buy it with my Gamers Club if you want. Then it's $48 instead of $60.
I'm not gonna buy it.
There you go.
I'm not gonna buy it this week at least. We'll see. Maybe sometime during Christmas. Yeah, and I'm gonna get it eventually.
Look, you waited this long. You might as well wait until it goes down in price. By this point, I kind of look games. You kind of gotta look at games like that sometimes. Like if you don't play it within a certain amount when it comes out, you're like, I guess I'll just wait until it goes down in price.
I mean, for me, I'm already kind of. For me, like in terms of the amount of time I have to play games, like I'm still playing Dark Souls Remastered. I've probably put in like 20, 30 hours already, maybe more, and Pokemon Let's Go is coming later this week. I don't see myself being Dark Souls Remastered this week. So, in the middle of that game, right? I like beating my games. So, middle of that game, I'm going to get Pokemon Let's Go. I will not have beaten Dark Souls. So, I still have these two games coming. And I'm pretty damn sure, well, maybe I'll somehow
finish it before December, man.
I have to. I think I'm going to have to find a way to beat both of these games by December 7th. Because, of course, then the reckoning is coming. It's the beginning of a new day, a new age, a new era. And the Dark Ages will be over, and Smash Ultimate will begin. So, you know, I don't have time to get other games, and I want to. I haven't gotten Starlink. I haven't gotten Octopath Traveler. I still haven't played Bayonetta 1 or 2. I am a sinner beyond all sinners. But there's a lot of games, and God forbid I even consider getting Red Dead Redemption. God forbid, right?
No, that's one of those games. See, anything that comes out on the PlayStation, Xbox, you wait a month or two, it's like half price.
Right.
Why ever buy anything new on those systems?
Yeah.
You're right, and that's one of the good things about you could feel good about buying Pokemon. One of the good things you could feel good about is that you definitely won't see that game up 2 months, 3 months, 6 months from now at $40 or $30. Will not. Because even, what is it, Pokemon, it's like Omega Ruby is still like 20 or $30 at GameStop if you're going to pick it up.
Right. Yeah, and that was 40 to begin with, so it really hasn't gone down much.
Yeah, so there's a lot of games, so I kind of understand where you kind of have to be calculated about which games you actually get. But I'm definitely getting Pokemon Let's Go. I'm pretty excited. I'm getting Let's Go Pikachu. How about you, Andy? Eevee or Pikachu?
Eevee all the way.
Okay, all right, so good. We have a difference here. So I was worried you're gonna say Pikachu as well. That's a kill.
I was gonna get Pikachu.
Yeah, well, good that you're not getting the game then.
You think that they did a? Sorry, go ahead.
It's not that I'm not gonna get the game. It's just I'm not gonna get it right away. I do want to get the game. Well, it depends. See, the thing is, if I hold off, it's gonna be like Sun and Moon. I'm gonna hold off. I'm like, oh, Pokemon Stars is coming, and then I'm never gonna get Sun and Moon, and then I'm gonna be like, oh, 2018 is coming. I'm gonna see 2018. I'm never gonna get Let's Go. That's probably what's gonna happen.
You want
What if it's the highest rated Pokemon game that you've seen in like 10 years or something like that?
That's not happening.
No.
How do you know that?
For Let's Go?
Because
For Let's Go? No, I know. I know. Come on. You also know it is not going to be the highest rated Pokemon.
It might be.
Do you actually think that?
My opinion is to hate that game right now for some reason. So,
I mean, no, I don't think it's gonna be bad. I think it's gonna, probably average on Metacritic.
I think it's gonna be a good game. I'm actually excited. Like, I like how their Pokemon are roaming around. Obviously, as Andy said, the HD graphics look really good. It's not that I'm not excited.
You know what? I'm gonna suspend my disbelief, and maybe it will be. No, it's not gonna get like over 9 for most. Like I think it's gonna be like at the 8.5 kind of range for most reviewers. But I mean, maybe I'm wrong, and maybe there's like some crazy sort of aspect to it, or not even that, just so well put together. Maybe you're right, Andy. Maybe it's gonna be the best Pokemon game of all time, and I will find out.
I didn't say that.
It's definitely the one that's interested me the most, and I'm still not getting it. That's some shocker.
Well, I think Pokemon Gen 8 is gonna be insane when we finally get to see it.
Okay,
yeah.
But how insane is it gonna be? Because like some people think that you shouldn't have too big expectations for this game.
Mm-hmm. Like
Ray thinks you shouldn't have, but I think you should have. I think your expectations should be set pretty high for this game.
I think Pokemon Gen 8 is going to be a big deal for at least the Pokemon fans that have been playing just strictly on handhelds all this time. So, does that mean it's going to be Red Dead Redemption and Breath of the Wild fused together with Pokemon roaming everywhere and it's going to be MMO? No, probably not that. But it's going to be somewhere between that and Sun and Moon.
That's a big gap.
It is a huge gap, but, I'll let you guys decide for yourselves, but it's going to be somewhere in that gap.
Will it be a game changer?
I think so, yeah.
Do you think it'll be a game changer?
I hope so.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a game changer.
That's exciting, man.
It's going to be
really exciting to think about it, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, even if it's just basically the same form of Pokemon now, but with way better graphics, that's already kind of a game changer for me. Just because, like, I have been kind of tired of Pokemon running at 240p. And just seeing that the image is there, like, seeing Pokemon in HD, right? That alone is going to be a big deal for me. Like, that's already a big deal. Like, just kind of think about the jump from, like, N64 to GameCube, right? Like, that was a game changer, right? For pretty much most games, that was a game changer. That's going to be kind of, like, the jump from a graphical perspective. You know what I mean? So that alone, to me, is already a game changer. But I think gameplay-wise, I feel like some of the concepts we're seeing in Pokemon Let's Go are going to transition into Pokemon Gen 8, like Pokemon following you around, Pokemon roaming the environment. Those are things that we haven't seen in Pokemon, and I think that's going to kind of carry over, and it's going to be a big deal. I think they're also going to expand on ride Pokemon, and you're going to use Pokemon to really interact with the environment a lot more in Gen 8, and that's all, for me, that's all building into a very immersive Pokemon game that kind of goes beyond what we've seen for previous ones.
Right. I think they'll go back to the Sun and Moon style of the open world where it's not based on a grid, because that's something I liked a lot. I think they'll be bigger areas though, a lot bigger. And yeah, I mean, some people say that Game Freak they never worry about graphics and they never push the systems, but I mean, look at like Sun and Moon, the 3DS pushes it so hard, like it does, like it can't even keep up, especially like the base system.
It chugs on the base system. Yeah. You kind of need a new 3DS.
Do you think if they kept the same graphical style and just updated, just high res it, whatever, do you think that would be enough for people You think people would be content
There
with
would be
that, or do you
disappointment
think-
because that's pretty much what Pokemon Let's Go is.
Yeah, I feel like that's kind of
Actually, Pokemon. I feel like Pokemon Let's Go is already beyond that. You know,
it
like
has a better lighting engine and stuff.
but if they were to do, I think they're definitely going beyond. I feel like it's already in stone that it's going to be beyond Pokemon Let's Go, and I feel like beyond Pokemon Let's Go is already a little bit beyond just HD versions of the previous generation, in my opinion.
Right.
What do you think about that, Andy? How do you feel about Pokemon Let's Go? Do you feel like it's a little bit beyond that, or no?
Yeah, I do. I and especially once you, because looking at it through TV screens, it's not the same. It's just not the same as actually playing it in your hands or on your TV. So once you get it, and it'll be the first time that we've ever played Pokemon in HD, I bet people are going to have a really good, reaction to it. Right. And I don't think they necessarily have to change the graphical art style. I think it's more about the world. I think they have to, in Generation 8, immerse you in the world of Pokemon. I think that's their main goal. What should be their main goal, in my opinion, is that they need to immerse you there. However they do it, whether it be a big world or, like you said, more interaction with Pokemons in different ways, that would be really cool too. But that's what they need to do, is immerse you more in that world.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm hoping for a full 3D camera. I'm kind of hoping for Town, but for Pokemon. That Town new IP they shot up,
yeah,
really good.
Town, I feel like, gives us a good idea of maybe what to expect, because Town, I know it's not technically an indie game, but it does look like more of like an eShop title, right? But the way it looks, like you're saying, Brandon, it looks pretty damn good. So I'm kind of imagining that Gen 8 is going to be a little bit more ambitious than Town. So, and if that's the case, Town looks pretty good to me.
Right, yeah. I just hope Nintendo and Game Freak remember that anti-aliasing is a thing, because they don't seem to remember that is a thing that exists. And it's annoying as hell.
Is it?
Yeah, like every one of their games. They don't seem to remember that it exists.
Well, I mean, I look at Breath of the Wild, look at Super Mario Odyssey, and
Breath
of the
Wild and Super Mario Odyssey do a decent job of it.
Well, those games look great to me, so I'm not really, for me, graphically, those games, they do the job. I'm not really asking for more with how good those games look to me. So,
and they can make it look better than those games, because those games are real time action. Pokemon's about turn-based.
And the fights, the fights themselves are exactly right. It's not like they have to restream an entire open world during the fights. That's a really good point, actually. Like, they could go ham with that. Man.
Yeah.
I hope they do. I hope they do. Like, they could really go overhaul those, like, particle effects. And, like, I remember when Pokemon Battle Revolution came out on the Wii. I never bought it. But I watched YouTube videos of the fights on it every day because I thought it looked sick as hell. And I can only imagine, like, if they were to kind of have that direction with the fights, like that epicness, that kind of ambition and scope of the fights, like if they can do that, but obviously in HD modern era, like technology, I'll cream my pants almost as much as I cream my pants when I saw that trailer for Detective Pikachu.
Man,
that was, yeah. What if all the Pokemon look as like realistic as they do in Detective Pikachu?
That'd be kind of horrific.
It would
for
be
young children.
It would be, yeah. So I do want to get Detective Pikachu, but I want to hold off on it, just because I want to cover a couple more topics first. But I think we'll get through these, probably not quickly because it's about Smash Brothers and Smash Brothers conversation goes on forever. But let's see what's going on in the chat before we move on. We got a lot going on in the chat. I see Phantasm Wolves is in the chat. How you doing, man? Yeah, the Game Awards are coming. I think I saw. By the way, guys, it's a little easier for me to address like questions or points that you want me to address if you at me, or any of us, because I can kind of see it highlighted. But Super Chris is saying, may he share his thoughts when... Yeah, of course. When we get to Game & Watch, just at me. If you want to, like, write up a storm, I'll read it all, and we can talk. We can break it down. Let me see. Okay, it looks like everyone's already talking about some potential DLC characters, so that's good timing. Actually, let's get into it. Smash DLC. So, I gotta fix this pop filter thing. But so last week, Sakurai tweeted out that the DLC roster is completed. All plans have been set in stone, so there will be no changes. We don't know what they are, so we can still come up with predictions and try to guess it out. But whatever it is set in stone. The final 5 characters, not including Piranha Plant. I keep on getting comments from people in videos saying, "Oh, you didn't include Piranha Plant in your DLC predictions." That's because he's separate. He's not a part of the Fighter's Pass. He's a separate character. But nevertheless, there's 5 more characters coming. We don't know who they are. What do you guys think? Just straight up, just give me. You can guys, Andy. I haven't heard your thoughts on the DLC at all. So you want to go first? Do you have predictions? What do you think is going to happen with these DLC characters?
For me, Smash Brothers Ultimate has so much representation from video game history. I could not even think what to add more that'll make me happier to play that game already. Like, I'm already so hyped for that game. So like past infinity hype for that game that I cannot imagine anything else that would make me even want it more. Like, the people, that's what I said in, like, I said in one of my videos earlier. If you're not happy about Smash until Banjo-Kazooie gets announced, I'm sorry, but you're not a Smash fan. You are a Banjo-Kazooie fan. Because if that's what it takes to get you hyped to play this game, then you're not a Smash fan, which is okay. You don't have to be a fan of everything, but let's make things clear of who these people are that are complaining and saying if X character isn't in this game, then this sucks or whatever. Because for me, it doesn't matter who they add in. That being said, Banjo-Kazooie would be kind of cool. I played the game a little bit, I didn't have it, but one of my friends had it, and I went and I thought he'd be a cool character to add in there. But besides that, I can't even think of who else to add. What about you?
Oh, I have many ideas. But there's also, like, I have ideas and there's what I want, right? I'll just list off my predictions for what I made before we heard the news from Sakurai's tweet. My predictions were Banjo-Kazooie, Geno from Super Mario RPG, Dixie Kong, Rayman, and Elmo from Xenoblade Chronicles X. My dream list, well, I mean, to be honest with you, like I'm kind of with you, Andy. Like, I actually am really happy with the list. I have made a lot of videos about the characters and predictions and all that stuff. I've kind of gone down that hole, but it's just because it's really fun to talk about. If there's 0 characters added with what we got with Smash Ultimate, it's already like all the just kind of watching it all together. Like, I get goosebumps just thinking about what's already there. Like, it's amazing. But my dream list would be swapping out. I want Rex and Pyra. I really want Rex and Pyra. I just don't think they're gonna be in based off the way Sakurai showed off that Mii Fighter. He seemed apologetic about it, and if I feel like he's setting down our expectations, maybe we shouldn't expect him in the DLC. But maybe
that's what he wants you to think.
There's a problem with that though, because I was sort of like, he also said don't expect too many challengers when at E3, and then he said, oh, we're slowing down the pace of reveals after Isabelle was revealed. And then we were like, oh, let's believe the Grinch leak, and they're gonna get 7 more characters, and we were wrong. We just got Kennen and Incineroar. So I'm just, as much as I want to be like, oh, but maybe he's pulling a fast one on us, I'm just gonna keep my expectations in check. If it happens, I'll be stoked, but I'm not gonna predict it. You know what I mean?
Was Incineroar in that Grinch leak?
No, and that's why a lot of insiders were saying it was fake. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. But I would like to see Geno and Banjo because of the history there. And Rayman, I think, is like the only character from a major third party that hasn't been represented yet. Ubisoft has like gotten the shaft all these years. I think it's about time to get some love. And Dixie, I feel like we didn't get a Donkey Kong Country a new Donkey Kong Country stage in Smash. Like the one from Wii U was excluded in the 103 stages we got. So I find it's a little weird. So I wonder if maybe they're creating a new one with Dixie Kong. That'd be kind of cool. So
wait a minute. There was a stage excluded from the Wii U version on Ultimate.
Yeah.
Ultimate.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it had
there?
every stage.
Nope.
Oh,
Almost.
wow.
Almost. There's like 5 stages from the history of Smash Brothers that aren't in there.
Oh,
Yeah.
I know it's. I thought you meant the really big one because I thought the really big one was in.
The Donkey Kong Country stage from Wii U where it can jump into the background is
that
not
one's
in Smash
gone.
Ultimate.
Oh, that's a good stage.
Yeah, it was pretty good. There's nothing inherently wrong with it.
I
Like,
didn't
maybe
really like it that
the
much.
idea of having to jump into the background they just thought was like not really jiving with the whole theme of Smash Ultimate. I don't know. So I could see them. I would like to see a if not that stage return. Well, I don't think they would. I think the way they're doing the DLC, whatever it is, it's going to be like new. Like Sakura said, no Echo characters. So I don't think one of the new stages is going to be, an old stage brought back, right? Like that. I think that's out of the question at this point. But maybe we can get a new Donkey Kong Country stage. That'd be cool. If Dixie Kong is one of the characters, I don't know. One thing to sort of note though is that this guy known as Vergaman, who's a leaker, pretty much has been saying every character that's been coming out in Smash Ultimate, and he's gotten everything right. There's a couple things he didn't say, like King K. Rool, right, and like Pichu and Young Link, but for the most part, he's literally gotten everything right. So this is not like a matter of he's had lucky guesses. Like, I mean, you could just check the history for yourself. Just Google Vergaman leaks, and you can read up the history. There's like a whole Smash Week Licky list, and you could read off everything he said on the date, and you could see his track history. He has sources. He has several sources, and he doesn't come out until he's had triple sourced something, and he feels confident about it. And what he's saying that's left for DLC is one of them is going to be a Square Enix rep, and apparently it's going to be announced at the Game Awards, and there's going to be Minecraft content. There are other leakers saying that Minecraft Steve is going to be in the game. That's not something that I think jives well with Smash Brothers, but who knows? So we should take that.
I think that's a great decision if Minecraft Steve is on there. I don't care if the people are salty over it. I think that's a great decision because Minecraft is still the second largest game right now. Still,
it's very popular.
Still
very popular, and a lot of people would like that. There's a lot of people who wouldn't like it, but there's also a lot of people who would.
More people that would than wouldn't, for sure. 100%.
Yeah.
More. That's more than you could say for someone like Isaac. That, let's be honest, how many Golden Sun fans are actually out there that actually played that game versus how many people that played Minecraft? Come on, man.
I guess
there's a big disparity there.
I guess the idea of getting Isaac in as a playable character, to me, is kind of like hoping for Pit to make it as a playable character. And he did, but imagine trying to make that argument before Pit was announced in Brawl. Like, back in the Melee or N64, it's like, man, they really should have made a Kid Icarus character, right? Like, imagine, like, in the 90s, right when Smash came out for N64, how many people probably argued, like, you know what? Pit from Kid Icarus, from that one NES game that came out years ago, he really should have been in here. Like...
No, it's true. And it's even from the Smash 64, Ness was in there. Ness was never a big game. It's here in the States. It did horribly. Not Ness. Earthbound.
Yeah.
Net was sold absolutely horrific here in the U.S. And in Japan, it didn't sell that well. It sold fine, but not as good as like Final Fantasy. Like not as good as the other RPGs. So like having Ness in Smash, the first Smash, was a very niche character. Where even then Nintendo had a big catalog they could have chose from that were a lot more popular.
So the point I'm making is that niche characters can kind of do it, and we were getting one actually. We're getting Piranha Plant. Like, that's like, well, it's not niche in the sense it's from a game that's barely played by people. It's actually from a very popular series of games, but it's a character no one expected, right? Like it's got I'm actually really excited about Piranha Plant. Actually, I think Piranha Plant's amazing. I think it's a really unique character. How do you feel about Piranha Plant, Andy?
I think he's gonna be awesome. Like, I can't wait to play him. Yeah, he's really cool.
Yeah,
I think it's a very ingenious because there's so many iterations of Piranha Plant throughout the Mario games. They could do so much with the movesets, and if they have the same thing in Wii U, and I'm not sure if they had this for Brawl because I didn't really play Brawl a whole lot, but where you could change the moves out, you can't really play it online, or at least not on For Glory, but you know where you could change the moves and do different moves, and they kind of have the same.
Smash Wii U, yeah.
Yeah, where they kind of have the same, like Mario has an ice fireball instead of regular fireball, stuff like that. I mean, Piranha Plant would do. He has so many different iterations that it could work as well.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. Like my headcanon for Piranha Plant is that he's actually Petey Jr. He's Petey Piranha's like son.
But then why does he turn into him?
He doesn't actually. If you go back and watch the trailer, he's still on the stage when Petey Piranha comes out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So he's calling for Daddy to come back him up.
I mean, if he didn't, if he disappeared and it was Petey Piranha, I would just think of it as, oh, this Petey Piranha is like his fully evolved form, right? And then Piranha Plant is just like his base form when he's not maxing out his power, right? Like that would have been my headcanon if he wasn't on the stage, but he's on the stage, so he's just Petey Jr. That's how I think of it. Yeah.
See, that makes more sense than having him just turn into Petey Piranha, because then you'd be like, why didn't he just add Petey Piranha? You know, like instead of a just regular plant. That actually makes more sense.
Yeah. At the same time, though, I appreciate that it's like a plant coming from a pot. Like, there's just something that's really cute and like awkward about it that I think is just like, yep, Sakurai, you creative genius, you. Yeah, I'm very impressed with it. And the thing is, like, while Smash Ultimate didn't add as many characters, the characters they added, they're all so different. You know, like Ridley, like he plays different from everyone else. King K. Rool, different from everyone else. Inkling, like with all the ink that they're throwing around, that's a whole different mechanic added to the game. Like ink, like messes with you, like, you know, like it's like they added the actual ink mechanic from Splatoon into Smash Brothers. That's like insane to me. They would go to that length to make Inkling work in Smash Brothers. So, you know, I love how some of these characters are just so different, and like every character is gonna feel like a different experience, and that's really cool. Like. That's the other thing. There are 75 characters in Smash Bros. And yeah, some of them are echoey, some of them are clones. But at least 40 to 50 of them are like completely different from each other, right? So if you put that into perspective, there are some fighting games that may have numbers that come close to the 75. By the time the DLC comes out, 80 in Smash Ultimate. But like most fighting game characters, like the differences between one character and another, not too much differences. Like they feel a little different, but they're not like as different as say King K. Rool and then Piranha Plant and then Mario.
You still have Echo Fighters in other games as well, other fighting games.
Yeah. But like for example, did you play Dragon Ball FighterZ?
No, not yet.
Okay. Soul Calibur. Soul Calibur has some pretty unique characters, but I would say the difference between Nightmare and Keelik is not as big as say the difference between Ridley and Marth.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, like, Smash has some really unique characters that like change the mechanics of how you play the game. So I just think that's really cool. So regardless, going back to your point, whatever DLC we get, I'm happy either way. But from what I'm hearing from the way Sakurai said, it could go a couple of different ways. It could be like Nintendo, because Nintendo picked a pool of characters from the way I interpreted it, and then Sakurai said, okay, these are the ones that we can fit into Smash Ultimate. So I'm a little worried that Nintendo made a lot of really businessy decisions, like characters that are not necessarily for the fans, but will make a lot of money. But of course, if you put into perspective, I feel like they have to do something for the fans to make money, so, you know.
Okay, but one question is, who's the Square Enix rep?
I hope it's Geno. But Geno is very obscure, right? Yeah. Geno's very obscure, so maybe it's like a Dragon Quest character or Sora from Kingdom Hearts.
It's slime. That's what it is. It's slime.
The slime.
It's a little slime. Oh, that. Oh man, why'd you say that?
You don't like it, do you?
Slime. Oh, I don't know. I think I love it.
You do. You love it. Okay.
It could be like the metal slime thing.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. I think any character, whatever character it is, I think Sakurai can make it, and the Smash team, they can make it into a really fun, unique character. So from that perspective, I'm not worried. But personally, I
oh
feel
my
like
God, we're gonna get trolled with this slime guy. Oh
Yeah.
gosh, I
Yeah,
just see
maybe.
it right now. I
yeah.
just see it.
Or what if they pick like a Chrono, like from Chrono Trigger, like that'd be.
Oh yeah, that'd be
Yes.
awesome. Oh,
Yeah, that'd be
another sword
insane.
anime guy though. Yeah, who cares?
I mean, he has like he has like because Akira Toriyama, the Dragon Ball creator, like he also made the Dragon Quest characters and Chrono Trigger, I believe, as well. So like we can't get Goku in Smash Brothers, right? We can't. That's not happening.
No.
Actually, we even got a recent statement from Sakura saying, "I will never put a manga character in Smash Brothers." But
Yeah, I did not know he said that. Did he really say that?
yeah,
Oh wow.
yeah,
No.
yeah.
Yes or no?
No, he said that. He said that.
Okay.
Yeah,
You're being. Very
but no, they'll never come
Yeah,
based off
Brandon?
what Sakura said.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
Gotcha.
but
Does Brandon agree with that or disagree?
No, I was just wondering which one he was saying because I couldn't.
no, what I said was true. That's recent news. I mean, he said it before, but he reiterated that he will not put a manga character in Smash Brothers. But the thing is, though, Akira Toriyama, the writer and artist for Dragon Ball, also made the art for Chrono Trigger and Dragon Quest. So if we got a Dragon Quest character or Chrono, that would be the closest thing we would ever get to having Goku in Smash Bros. Because we'd have a character that was created by the same author. Right. So that's kind of it's cool in a different way, but you know what I mean. Like if you want something to sort of represent that would be the closest thing I think we'll ever get. So I'd be happy either way. I don't like Goku's in a lot of fighting games already. He doesn't need to be in Smash. He's in Dragon Ball Fighters. He's in a million games. He's coming out for whatchamacallit, Jump Force. And Jump Force to me looks sick. So not really worried about that. But
so if Sora makes it in, does that mean like his moves will have assists with Donald and Goofy? We could have Disney characters in a game.
That's
Probably
actually
for his final Smash.
Hype, man.
That would be insane, and that would then truly make Smash Brothers the biggest crossover in the history of humanity. It already is, but having the thing is, Sora might not happen because of the whole Disney thing, because Disney also has rights, and maybe they can get away with having Sora, but if they were to throw in Goofy and Donald Duck, that's another level of rights to include in the game.
I feel like Disney wouldn't have anything against it. I don't know. I don't know Disney enough to know, but I mean,
weren't they playing Mario Kart music at Disney World not too long ago? Like someone posted it, that they were actually playing around the park. They were playing Mario Kart 8 music. It's kind of weird.
Nintendo copyright claims.
Maybe they'd be salty that Nintendo theme park's going to Universal.
That's another thing. I don't know. I don't know. I think Sora would be crazy, and that might be the. I haven't played the Kingdom Hearts series. Some of you may know that already because I probably said it a few times.
Any of them?
No,
I haven't either.
No. Oh well, I may have played a demo before, at a GameStop at some point in my life.
I played an hour maybe on my friend's 3DS of Dream Drop Distance.
Disney movies, Andres?
Oh, I love them. No, I think they're great. Yeah, I just never got around to playing them. Keep in mind that I grew up just a Nintendo fan, right? I've only owned Nintendo systems until recently, so I never really had the opportunity to jump into Kingdom Hearts. I mean, I guess I could have gone the one on the DS or the 3DS or whatever, but I didn't have a PlayStation.
$20 and the game for $10 now.
Yeah, that's the thing. I could get the whole series on my PS4, so I'm planning on doing that. But it's also each one's a big RPG, right? It's 600 hours worth of gameplay. So that's a lot to catch up on.
It is.
But so let's put this into perspective, though. Let's just say it is Sora, right? Sora is this Square rep we're hearing about, and then they announced Sora at the Game Awards. It makes sense because Kingdom Hearts is coming out in January. So imagine Sora getting announced for Smash Brothers in December, and at the same time during the Game Awards, they also announced Kingdom Hearts games coming to the Nintendo Switch.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of a big deal. That'd be a big deal. I would still, like I said, I'm rooting for Gino to be the square rep, but hey, if it ends up being Sora, that's still pretty damn cool. Also, I'm gonna say something that I shouldn't say, but I'm gonna say it anyway. So I have this sneaking suspicion. It's totally wrong. Don't believe me, but because Sakurai has literally said no, he said this is not the case. He said he's revealed every single character, but there's like this small part of me that's fantasizing that there's one more hidden character in Smash Brothers, and we don't know who it is. And when we get the game and we unlock all the characters after we get to 74, 75, we're gonna see that challenger approaching screen.
I think so too.
It's gonna be Gino, and it's gonna be Gino. I know that I should not expect that because he literally said, I'm going to reveal all of the characters before the game comes out. So, you know, if that were to be the case, then he'd be lying to us. He would straight up be lying to us. So, me fantasizing about that is me saying...
Yeah, but you got it. Wait, how did he exactly word it? Did he say these are all the characters available?
I could go back and check. I could go back and check. Like, he could say, I'm going to make all the character reveals before the game comes out. And if he said it like that, then that would mean every character that I plan on revealing will be revealed before the game comes out. Yeah. Right?
See, there's a way you could still do this.
Right. But we have to, I just don't want to get people's hopes up because there's no evidence for this. This is pure fantasy. This is pure whimsical, like, you know, like dreaming. Like, this is not happening. Like, this is me wishing I woke up tomorrow and being a real life Pokemon trainer sort of fantasy. You know, like I
tell you what though, more than any character that I would want on Smash, I would wish for something like that to happen because that would be like a true surprise. You know what I mean? That would be like a true like. Mind blown at that moment, like
to get that challenger approaching silhouette when you were like, no, this is everyone. What do you mean?
But like, then again, people would spoil it, like the hardcore people that would unlock every character the first day they get it.
Unless it's a DLC. Well, yeah, if the internet exists, even if they do like a patch to make it available day one, as opposed for making it available when the game's already gone gold for reviewers. It's gonna appear on the internet, like it just is. But if they can somehow hold it back for day one and we just all go in on Smash day one and don't touch the internet, you know, you'll get that surprise. Just keeps on falling. It's not gonna happen. Like it's just not gonna happen. But it's a fantasy. It's a fantasy, and it'll be really cool. So, yeah. Who knows? Well, we all know.
Find the quote.
The what?
Find his quote.
It was in a direct, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I'm just trying to look for somebody who's put it online.
Yeah. So let's see what you guys are saying in the chat. I'm sure there's a lot to be said.
Prince Austin says he wants you to read his Minecraft comment. What's your Minecraft comment?
I'm gonna have to Control F this.
Yeah.
Okay, there's 6 things about Minecraft. Okay, so Phantasmals. As for people stating about Steve's inclusion, I think it's just Minecraft music for Banjo and Kazooie if he's in there. So, for what he's referring to, in case you guys don't understand, the rumor is that from Vergerman, who's gotten literally everything right, so to believe him is not crazy. He's saying there's going to be Minecraft content. Some other leakers have said that means Minecraft Steve. It could just mean Minecraft music. That's the point he's making. I have the sneaking suspicion that there may be some music and maybe a Mii costume. Which would
is he just too basic?
Yes, for me,
so?
I think so. But I've been wrong before. I've been wrong many times. So
he could have a move with his pick, with his shovel.
Well, Sakurai can make it interesting. Don't get me wrong. Yeah. If Sakurai wanted to, he'll make it interesting. But I'm just saying, like, you could represent that character relatively well with just a Mii costume. You know what I mean? Because, like, there's nothing too crazy about what he does as a character. So if you just made him a Mii costume, you could get the Minecraft character. It'll look just like him. You know what I mean? Like, look at Rex. Look at how, if you look at the Mii costume for Rex, I think it's actually pretty good. Like, it even has his grandpa on his back. You know, the sword is even flaming and stuff. Like, it has animations to it. Like, it's actually a pretty interesting looking costume. Like, you know, so, like, Minecraft Steve is just like a few blocks with blurry textures. Like, they could easily make that a Mew costume, and most people who are Minecraft fans would feel like, okay, there you go, I got my Minecraft character, right? You know what I mean?
Like, what if? Yeah, I see what you mean. But what if they make his moveset something like kind of unique, like like Splatoon had, like
like what if he builds?
What if he builds stuff? Like,
that'd be kind of crazy. That would be crazy. Yeah. And then, and if you think of it from that, maybe you can't do that with a Mii costume. So if it, like I said, like even though I personally don't like Minecraft Steve as a character, if Sakurai picked him, he'll make him amazing. Yeah, maybe he'll build and do a bunch of crazy stuff. So that could happen.
I guess. I feel like there's not too much about him that'd be unique from any other fighter. He's got a bow. He's got a sword. He can throw potions, which isn't that exciting. I mean, he could build, but I don't know how much that would really, like... How would they make that work? I'm trying to think about that. Like, maybe he could, like, put down dynamite, but that's not really much different than just laying down a grenade. Well, I feel like everything he does is just kind of, like, the same, but it's a block. So it's not really that interesting.
Yeah, you might be right. Yeah, I see it now. He might just serve better as a Mii costume, like Andre said.
He'd be a great Mii costume.
Yeah.
And Banjo-Kazooie would be an amazing character.
I think a stage could be really cool.
Yeah, because of a stage, like you could have the stage. Exactly, you could build itself. It could be completely destructible. Like there's a lot of more potential for a stage. But I found Prince Awesome's comment. So I know you aren't saying this. By all Minecraft fans aren't Smash fans just because Minecraft just because Minecraft is popular as a game doesn't mean the Minecraft players would exactly be playing Smash. To be honest, more Banjo fans would be playing Smash than Minecraft ones.
That's possible.
Maybe.
No, I don't believe. Like I know what you're saying. Like I know what you're saying. You're saying that. So let's say like two choices are: if they release Banjo-Kazooie, X amount of people will buy the game more. If they release Minecraft, X amount of people will buy the game more. Most definitely, 100%, if they release Minecraft Steve as a playable character, more people will buy Smash than if they would have released Banjo-Kazooie as a playable character. It's just a fact. It's too big of a game to not. You know what I'm saying? Like, if we were talking about other minor character from another minor series, but this is still one of the biggest games in the world, which has been big for, like, what? Almost a decade now.
True.
And I think it helps that their fans may not be, because there's a lot of fans on mobile and PC and Xbox. I think it helps that there are more fans on the other platforms, because if you're a Banjo fan, most likely you're a hardcore Nintendo fan, and you're going to be buying Smash no matter what. These guys, a lot of them probably don't even care about Smash. But as soon as they see on the news that Minecraft Steve is in Smash, they'll be like, all of a sudden, their eyes are on Smash.
Well, if you look at it from that perspective, you might as well just put in Master Chief.
True.
Let's get Kratos, Master Chief,
Doom
Sora, Doom
we
Guy.
Need Doom Guy. Bethesda doesn't have a representation yet.
And because I still want it, and no, bring Banjo. No. But yeah, it makes a lot of sense, honestly. Like, so many people play Minecraft. I do kind of agree, though, that more Banjo fans will buy DLC than Minecraft fans. But no, hold on. Let me clear that up. What I mean is, let's say there's 100 Banjo-Kazooie fans. I think like 50 of them would buy the DLC, right? But let's say there's 1,000 Minecraft fans. I think like 100 of them will buy the DLC. So, point is that I think a greater percentage of Banjo-Kazooie fans will get Smash Brothers, right? And a smaller percentage of Minecraft fans will get Smash Brothers. But there's so much more Minecraft fans that number will still be greater.
That's exactly. Yep, you got it.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Because it's understandable if you're a Banjo-Kazooie fan. I get what he's saying as well. You're more inclined to like Smash than your average Minecraft fan, I would say. But there are also, that has all interwoven throughout the years. Like, there's a lot of Minecraft fans that now, like that's the first time I played it was on Wii U. Was the first time I played Minecraft. and you know, and I wouldn't say I'm a fan, but it's a good game, and I played it, so I can imagine that's a little bit more hazy now to separate the two.
So, but how about this though? What if they can? There's a scenario where you can appease both fan bases, right? So we've heard that in rumors about N64 Classic also having Banjo-Kazooie, right? What if Nintendo had to strike up a deal with Microsoft, and that somehow also ties into Smash Bros. With a DLC, right? So what if, you know, we do get Banjo-Kazooie as a character, right? But they also release a Mii costume that's Minecraft Steve, which might be enough to reel in the Minecraft fans, because, you know, conceptually, like, they don't really need Minecraft Steve to be this crazy weird character, because he's not a crazy weird character in the game. Like, that's not the point of him. It's about the world. So maybe they could still pull that off and maybe give it a Minecraft stage, or, you know, some sort of mix of Minecraft or Banjo. I don't know, but I think there's a way to where they could have a DLC pack to kind of reel in both fan bases, make everyone happy. And I also feel like,
I think you're right.
Okay.
I think you're right, because the smaller, especially like the younger fans of Minecraft, will just look at, oh, it's Minecraft Steve on Smash. That's all they're going to look at. They don't care if it's an actual playable character, like not a playable character, but you know what I mean, like an actual unique character, or if it's a meme.
The skin's enough.
Minecraft. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you're right.
Okay. Well, hopefully I am, because I would personally prefer Banjo, but at the same time, you know, we'll see what happens. Let me see. There's the couple more Minecraft content. This control F-ing thing is actually kind of a good idea. Okay, no, I think we covered it all. All right. Oh, okay. Apparently, Phantasm Moves is correct on that theory that the theory that I just brought up, right, about the whole Mii costume possibility. Mm-hmm. Maybe. Well, we'll see. We'll see.
I'd like to point out the people. I'd rather have Master Chief than to have Steve.
I'd rather have Gumby.
Some people are like, no, please, not Master Chief.
And
like,
Dora the Explorer and Bob the Builder.
Master Chief would be way cooler.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Master Chief is.
He could. The only way I see that working though is if they would add some of the abilities they had, like in, was it Halo 3, when he had like the shield ability. You know what I'm talking about?
There's also a few cool weapons they could use, like the hammer. It's like a gravity hammer or something. Like, imagine what they could do with that.
It was Halo Reach, where you could pick up all the different equipable abilities.
It wasn't ODST. I mean, I'm not gonna try and, I don't know.
No, ODST was the worst one. Also, it was this weird city one.
I thought it was cool.
I'm sorry about it.
Regular humans, you don't play as a. You don't play as a
ODST was trash.
Oh, I just heard someone bring up TJ Combo from Killer Instinct.
TJ Combo.
Yeah, Phantasmal was putting in quotes, I'd rather have TJ Combo from Killer Instinct. He's joking, but yo, TJ Combo is awesome.
Oh my god, can you imagine if you smash someone and then it goes Ultra Combo?
It needs to happen.
It's so amazing.
It's not gonna happen, but someone mod TJ Combo from Killer Instinct in there, like.
Why isn't anyone from Killer Instinct an assist trophy?
Because it's owned by Rare and Microsoft, you know, kind of the same.
He's so cool.
What if there is a huge, like, what if one of the packs is the Minecraft one, right? It comes with Banjo-Kazooie as a character, but it comes with a Mii costume of Minecraft Steve, right? And it has music from Killer Instinct. It has a couple of maybe TJ Combo as an assist trophy. Like, what if it's like a full suite of stuff, right? This is me, like, you know, going overboard here. Yeah, but let's go overboard. Let's get just dive straight into the abyss. Let's get a Conquer assist trophy. Let's get a Jet Force Gemini assist trophy. Let's get what's the girl's name from Perfect Dark? Let's get her in there as well. Like just balls in everyone.
James Bond.
We're in the abyss. Connery. Let's go.
Sean Connery. He's there. He's not even like a younger Sean Connery. He's like now Sean Connery, like really old. Feeble in a wheelchair,
with his actual real face, like photoshopped on.
Yeah,
that'd be great. That'd be hilarious. Oh, Joanna Dark. Thank you, Robeer. That's the name for the main character from Perfect Dark, I believe. Yeah. So Charmander should be in Smash. He is in Smash, actually. Charmander's in Smash Brothers. Go to Saffron City and just wait for a little bit. Charmander will come out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's Is there anything else you guys want to?
Trolling, or are you?
Wait, what? Am I trolling or I'm being serious? Actually, if you go to Saffron City in the N64 stage, it's in the original N64, but it's also in Smash Ultimate. Charmander comes out of the. There's a few Pokemon that come out to attack you. Charmander's in there. Yeah. He doesn't have a bandana though. He kind of dropped it on his way up the tower, but he's in there. Yeah. Oh, my thoughts on Tails, but I think both Prince and Phantasm Wolves are asking. My thoughts on Tails, I feel like I've always felt like if Tails made the most sense as an assist trophy, because he can kind of like fly and stuff, you know. I always felt like he could like help with like recovery.
That'd be cool.
But as an actual fighter, I don't think that's happening. I don't.
It'd be cool if there was an assist trophy of Tails and like it helps you, like if you get launched off the stage, like slows you down so you don't get like shoved off the screen and stuff.
Yeah.
What about Knuckles?
Yeah.
Oh, he's an assist trophy.
Yeah, unfortunately.
But his Knuckles would hurt. Yeah.
Shadow's just nothing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they definitely have...
Unwanted, unloved.
If you go through different games, they definitely have a whole bunch of different powers they can get into. I'm not the biggest Sonic fan. I've played a few of them. I really love Sonic Colors, actually. That's one of my in terms of 3D Sonic, that might be my favorite, like, 3D Sonic game.
The only one I've really played extensively is Shadow the Hedgehog, and it was not good.
You played the wrong one, buddy.
Yeah.
That was the wrong one to play extensively. Yeah.
The multiplayer was great.
Yeah. So, is there anything else you guys want to add in terms of Smash DLC? Brandon, I know you made your own. I don't know if you didn't make predictions. You made more like a dream list or.
Yet.
Yeah.
It's not even a dream list as much as it is just like insane, crazy characters that I kind of want.
Okay. I think
it's insane.
One of them was Doom Guy. Oh.
No, Master Chief.
Oh, Master Chief.
Doom Guy would actually be. Doom Guy could happen.
There's there's one rumor which I don't think is real, but there's one rumor talking about Doom Guy being in one of the DLC characters. I mean, maybe Bethesda does get a representative, right? Bethesda's been working really well with Nintendo. What if they are a part of that DLC plan?
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't mind Doom Guy, to be honest with you.
That's the only. Who else from Bethesda can they actually put in?
Right. Skyrim and the whole Elder Scrolls series is just.
What's the name of the guy? What's the name of the avatar from Fallout? The guy.
Yeah, but he's like a completely customizable avatar.
Yeah, customized. Yeah.
No, like the character, like with the
robot.
What's
the
like he's like the mascot.
Yeah, the mascot.
I don't know. I don't play Fallout.
The little Fallout boy.
Yeah, Fallout. Boy. Is that his name, Fallout Boy?
Is that where they got the name from?
I don't know. I have no idea. I've never played
from.
I'm not sure.
Maybe.
Well, I don't know. I don't think he could get a Smash. What would he do? He's just a guy in a poster. He doesn't do anything.
He could summon.
He's not even real.
He could summon nuclear warheads.
He could. No, he doesn't.
Nuclear winter. Fallout.
When you're in your, you could just kill everybody.
Yeah.
Like in real life. No, he in your skill tree, he pops up whenever like you're talking about strength or agility, and it shows him doing different things. Like they could use all those little things off his skill tree, and he would be an awesome character. He would actually be a pretty good rep. Only that he hasn't really ever had an like he's never actually playable or seen him. You know what I'm saying?
That's he's just kind of. So he's kind of just like a
icon.
Cartoon.
Yeah,
you know, like.
But it could be one of those things where Sakurai could just go ham on a conceptual idea. You know, like Piranha Plant, no one ever imagined would be a fighter. You know,
all he does is come out and chomp.
Yeah, but he. Well, I mean, if you use the entire history of Smash Brothers, like, and he's kind of not Smash of like Mario games, like there are different kinds of Piranha Plants that do different things, and he's kind of put that into that one specific Piranha Plant. So there is quite a lot there. Just kind of an interesting idea, though. So I feel like whenever we talk about Master Chief or Doom Guy or characters like that, we're always like, oh, that's kind of like too gritty. You know, it's too gritty of a character. Also, Master Chief's a whole other issue because it's Microsoft. But you know what I mean? Like, Like the gritty characters, we always like, oh, they wouldn't fit in, right? But we got Snake. So what if we got rid of that
Snake,
filter?
we got Bayonetta.
What if we got rid of that filter, right? Where the gritty characters all of a sudden could be in. Who would you put in there? I actually kind of like the idea of Doom Guy, but I also like the idea of Leon S. Kennedy from Resident Evil 4, like Dante. Yeah, like if you release that filter, there are some pretty damn good characters they could throw in there.
Leon should get in.
Yeah, who?
Leon from Resident Evil.
I would cry. I wouldn't cry, but I'd be really happy if Leon came in. Would I really want? Well, apparently Leon had a bit of a role in Resident Evil 6, but I basically want Resident Evil 4 all over again. I keep on wanting to relive the glory days of that game.
It's coming to the Switch.
It's coming to the Switch, along with Resident Evil 0 and Resident Evil Remake. Yeah. Maybe we'll get a new Resident Evil on the Switch as well. But yeah, is there anything else you want to add for the DLC before we move forward?
Are you happy with the current lineup?
Absolutely.
Brandon?
Yeah. I mean, I'm happy with it just because there's just so much there that it's hard to complain. But at the same time, like, I didn't get any of the characters I was really hoping to get, which would be like Banjo mostly. So I pretty much all the characters that I was really asking for I didn't get. But I mean, like, I wanted King K. Rool. I was kind of wanting Ridley, so I got some that I was like, oh, okay, that'd be cool. But I didn't get like one big character that I really wanted. But I mean, it's not the end of the world. I'm still like, super 10 out of 10 hyped for this game.
That's cool. It's like I don't understand. Like before when we were kids and we would talk like before Smash came out, which I don't even think you guys were kids before Smash came out.
I don't know
the
if
first
that's
one.
alive.
You mean the first one?
Yeah, like we would
Came out
talk
in
about these
'98.
things. So
Yeah, I was
you could
alive.
say, like, what if Sonic? What if Sonic was in a game fighting Mario? Like, and we were, oh yeah, what if this guy was in there? It was just all like that. We knew would never happen. It's like now we got all these characters from all these different, and now it's like, well, who else do we put in there? Like, we're talking about like that. Like before, we're like, this is never gonna happen. Now we're like, who else?
I'll tell you this: if we do get Banjo-Kazooie and Geno and Rex and Pyra, like if those three characters get into Smash Ultimate, they're through in this DLC season. When the next Smash game does come out, I don't know what other major characters they could be like, okay, let's shock the world with this. You know what I mean? Like,
We'll be really reaching. We got Leon and Doom Guy. That's what it's gonna be.
Leon and Doom Guy, yeah, and then Kratos and Master Chief.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
Or Sora.
I really would like Chrono though.
Oh,
Chrono.
no, I like the idea of Chrono actually.
And in that video.
I'm gonna say that I would like Luca more than Chrono.
Okay.
I think Luca would be better.
I want Frog.
Or oh my God, the
I
frog!
want Frog. I put that in my video.
Yes.
God, Frog would be amazing. Frog
Yeah.
needs to happen.
So amazing. Slime guy, this little slime dude from Dragon Quest, and the frog. That's all I want.
For real. Needs to happen.
Well, hopefully, all of us are wrong. We get Gumby, Barney, Dora the Explorer, Bob the Builder, and
Blue from Blue's Clues.
And Blue from Blue's Clues, and that'll be the 5 DLC characters. So
What's
hopefully,
the
you guys
guy's name? Blue, Mark. What's his name?
Who?
Steve.
Steve.
Yo, he
That's-
could be the background, like
Forget
Pokemon
my
trainer.
friend Steve. Let's get Blue Clue Steve in there.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'd like that more than Minecraft Steve. No, okay, but almost.
It'd be hilarious. The salt would be beyond. There'd be another like Dead Sea.
I would be. I don't know what I would feel.
I wouldn't know what to believe anymore if we got Blue's Clues and
My
Smash
life
Brothers.
would be a lot.
You know, there's some people who think that people were all up in arms about Grinch being in Smash Brothers.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, there are some people who never bothered to look into the Grinch leak and thought that the Grinch leak meant Grinch in Smash Brothers. They never bothered to look in to say, oh, there's these 7 different characters that it's associated with
ounce of common
photography
sense.
from a Grinch movie. But you know, whatever. Let's move on because we still got some stuff to talk about. We still got to talk a little bit about Smash actually. So this is an interesting topic, a little controversial. So I'm just kind of talking about the news here. I want you guys' opinions on it. But
wait, real quick. Savage64 said, "Mr. Rogers becomes your neighbor in Smash."
oh my god.
Yes. All right, go ahead.
Oh my god. Wow. All right. So let's get to this one though. So Nintendo has put out a statement. I don't have the statement right before me, but basically they've agreed to take out an animation for Mr. Game & Watch that had a feather on his head whenever he used, I think, his forward smash attack with the fire torch, because that feather animation is a reference to an old Mr. Game & Watch game where he was acting as a Native American chieftain. So I think they added that animation too. Like, Mr. Game & Watch hasn't had the feather on his head until recently for Smash Ultimate.
Yep.
So people have taken notice of this.
New design.
And some people, I don't think it's the majority, but there are some people who have, taken this. There's been a bit of an outcry and reaching out, and Nintendo put out a statement saying that they will take that out. There will be an update to the game to take out that animation from Mr. Game & Watch, and they said that was a reference from Nintendo of 30 years ago. That the Nintendo of today that does not reflect their beliefs or business practices, and they would never want to do anything like that to offend anyone. But something along those lines. So then, what are your guys' thoughts on this? Do you think it was okay to have that? Do you think it was a good move by Nintendo to get rid of it? Like, where do you guys stand on this feather? On the forward smash or Mr. Game & Watch?
Like, people are just waiting to get offended. It's like they sit on the internet and they just look for things to get offended by. Seriously, what? I don't understand. Maybe there's something I don't know and it's like really offensive somehow, but I feel like if it was that bad, then Nintendo wouldn't have been dumb enough to put it in the first place. I feel like it's most likely just people complaining because they like to complain. People just seem to like to complain. They like to get offended about things for no real good reason. So it's just, that's kind of internet culture these days for some reason. People just like getting offended. It's dumb.
Okay. How do you feel about it, Andy?
Well, all right. So obviously I'm not Native American. So I don't know how that feels if I was Native American and I saw that. I don't know what that feels like. You know what I mean? Because I cannot say that. I have to take someone else's word for it. That being said, I am with Brandon that everybody wants to jump on everything to make everything such a big deal. And I highly doubt, I'm just going to go out there and say that I highly doubt that a lot of these people complaining are even Native American. Might have like a 4% or something like that, but are they actually Native American where it's, you know what I'm saying, where I don't know. I can't say that. However, for the ones that are, and if it made one person feel shitty about themselves by watching that, I think that's enough for Nintendo to be like, maybe maybe that's not cool. Like, let's just take it off or whatever. If that's the case, maybe no one actually felt bad for something like that. If that's the case, then they just took it down because they had to. It's a PR thing. Because if everybody's complaining, let's get a big rise. Come on, stick it to the man. Let's try to like get more. Just complain. Then they actually have to do it, because if they don't, you know what's going to happen after that. It just snowballs from there, and it just becomes a bigger issue than it needs to be.
Yeah. So like, I feel like there was definitely probably someone out there that noticed that, but were they offended by it? It's hard for me to say, because I'm also not Native American, right? I'm born and raised Miami, Florida. I'm American, right? Half my family's Cuban, the other half is from New York, right? So like, I'm not Native American, but just speaking from someone who, I think everyone deals with prejudice in their own way. There's all sorts of prejudice that we deal with. Everyone does. But as someone who is Hispanic, and like, for example, when I went to school in Pennsylvania, over there, I think it's like 90% Caucasian. I grew up in a melting pot in Miami, Florida, but when I went up north in Pennsylvania, there was a lot of people who were only usually surrounded by other Caucasians, and there were some forms of passive like racism that I personally experienced that I wasn't prepared for, you know. So, and for them, it wasn't wrong. Like there was this one time I used to work at a restaurant for 2 years when I was in college, and like I said, I'm American, but I have Cuban heritage, right? And one time, you know, and I worked as a dishwasher, which already kind of has like that another perspective. A lot of people kind of like to look down on the dishwasher at a restaurant. They're like the bottom of the pecking order. But you know, I worked as a dishwasher at this restaurant for a couple of years, and there was this one time where someone who worked there is like, I don't remember exactly how it came up, but basically, he said, "Oh, I thought you were just a beaner," and that really annoyed me. Two different reasons. One, you know, I don't like being inappropriately labeled, right? But at the same time, if you don't know, you don't know, right? But he had to say just a beaner. That you notice that language, just a beaner, that is very condescending. You know, even if he didn't realize it, he was subconsciously he kind of revealed that he kind of sees Mexicans as lesser, right? And that to me was really offensive, right? Imagine someone who, and actually I do have some Mexican blood, so technically, you know, I should find that offensive. My great grandpa is Mexican, so you know, there are people who kind of are condescending towards them, you know. So like, I'm not trying. This is a Nintendo channel, so I'm not gonna really delve into the whole race thing. But I'm just trying to say,
real quick. I'm curious, real quick. Your great granddad is Mexican, so
yeah.
Did he move to Cuba?
No. So just so on my mom's side, 100% 100% Cuban. The side from my family is from New York. My grandpa also came from Cuba.
Gotcha.
So I'm actually 75% Cuban, right? And then my grandma, she was born in New York, but her father was Mexican and her mother was Puerto Rican. So if you want to, 12.5% Mexican, 12.5% Puerto Rican, 75% Cuban. But you know, just kind of going back to what I was saying though. So I'm just saying that like from his perspective, he may not even have realized that what he said was offensive, right? But for me it was, you know. So I don't know I'm just saying, from someone who's Native American, I don't know their perspective. And for them, this feather thing might be offensive. At the same time, though, you know, when I look at the animation, I don't see anything about that's inherently, like, making it seem Native Americans lesser. It's just a piece of their culture, right? There's nothing about it to me that makes it seem like that seems to suggest that Native Americans are lesser. So, for me, I feel like it's okay. But again, I want to stress that since I'm not Native American, my perspective is not as, let's just say, nuanced, right? I think when it comes to these things, it's such a simple little thing to take out that it's probably better just to, you know, better safe than sorry and call it a day. And that's what Nintendo did, probably, you know? Yeah, it is what it is. I think, you know, there's a lot of like social issues, and this is a Nintendo channel, so I don't want to really like focus on that for the whole podcast. But I think Nintendo made the right decision because otherwise, but I also don't think it was that big of a deal. Yeah. You guys have anything to add to that, or?
No.
No, the only thing I will say is that like. I just found it kind of interesting how I did see like on Twitter there was some people that actually claimed to be Native American and even said that they had, I guess there's some kind of reservation number or something like that where they live, or I don't know, but he's like, if you really are, then you'd have this number. And he's like, I am, and I'm definitely not offended by this. And a lot of people that I saw complaining about it didn't really back up what they were saying. You know, they didn't have any pictures, and not that any pictures would prove anything, but still, it's like, if you're that concerned about fighting for something that you know is wrong, put everything out there. You know, I'm this, I'm that, I'm that. You know, this is the proof. Like, I'm actually, you know, I don't know. That's just me. Maybe I'm wrong to think like that, but if I was really offended about something, I'm like, look, this is the, you know, the birth of my parents. They're born in Cuba. You can't, you know, you can't say something like that because it offends all Cubans, and my parents are from Cuba. Like, I don't know. That's just me. So that's also something else that was kind of suspicious because people do anything to try to get their names repeated.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of like, because Andy, we're both Cuban. Like, is there anything like they could show in a video game that would reference Cubans, and like would people
that would offend me?
Yeah, like I'm trying to think like, would if like they said, "Oh, I'm Cuban. I'm really good at swimming," or
I guess the only thing it would be like because a lot of Cubans, what a lot of people don't realize is that a lot of Cubans are African American. A lot. Like if you go to Cuba, and it's weird. It's like here you don't see a lot of them. Like on my mother's side, I guess it's like he's the grandpa of my cousins, so it's not really my grandpa, but I've known him since I was a little kid, and he's Afro-Cuban, so it's like, but there's a lot of population over there. So I guess if I saw something like that had to do with that, I guess I would really be offended. But besides that, it's like, what are you making fun of Cubans about? That we smoke cigars and like boxing, like the whole, that was on Simpsons. Like,
I wouldn't find that offensive. Like,
no.
So, like if there was a Cuban that was like, oh yeah, I love boxing and baseball and I love cigars, like I just like, okay, that's a reference to our culture. That's not anything offensive. And that's the thing about the feather. I think the feather itself isn't it's just a reference to the culture. But maybe if you go back to the original game, I didn't play that original Mr. Game & Watch game, and maybe then within that game it was offensive. So if maybe that's where some people are coming from, maybe it's referencing it itself isn't offensive, but maybe it's referencing something from a game 30 years ago that was a little offensive.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying when I was saying my point earlier. I was like, maybe there's something I don't know that makes this offensive, but I just don't see it.
Like going back to that reference, the boxing, now thinking about what you said, Andres, I saw that first in the Simpsons episode where they went to Cuba. Okay. I don't know if I remember that Simpsons episode. And there was it's like, and they were boxing while smoking cigars. I thought that was so cool, man. Like, I was like, wow, that's where my parents came from. Like, to me, that there's not a little bit of me that was like offended about it. I'm like, that is so cool that they actually reference something Cuban in a show like that, an American show.
Right.
But that's just me. I don't know.
Well, it's also, do you remember the for Super Mario Odyssey, they had the sombrero on the cover art and they took it out.
Oh, I remember that. I was thinking, I was like,
I never found that offensive. I think that's just a reference to Mexican culture. I actually think that's an appreciation of Mexican culture, and I feel like people who are Mexican, I'm 12.5% Mexican, but I'm not really Mexican. Like, I don't know about any Mexican cultures, right? Mm-hmm. So I can't really speak from that side of things, but I feel like, I just think that's cool. I think it's an appreciation of that culture, but, there are some people who are really sensitive about that.
Yeah, my wife is Mexican, and she loved that. She loved that they put that in there, and when I heard that they were taken off, she's like, that is so stupid. Like, what? Because some people are complaining. She's like, I think that's awesome, and a lot of people were online as well, but again, if something makes someone actually genuinely feel bad about it, that's the point where I'm like, I don't know. But did it actually make anybody genuinely feel bad to have a Mario wear a poncho on the cover of?
If it did,
I don't know.
Maybe some people need to be less sensitive.
Maybe that's it. Yeah.
So there's a lot of people are really sensitive about things, and it's not even like. It gets to a point where you can't reference anything without somebody complaining about it. And if it's not... At that point, you just kind of gotta just go with it. Because, it's too many people. People are going to get upset about anything you do. It doesn't matter what you do. Somebody out there is going to get upset. They're going to say they're offended. They're going to be all up in arms about it. And you just gotta, you gotta just get over it.
Yeah, like if I say Wario sucks and should never be in Smash, people just need to get over it. It's not that.
I feel like it should be okay to appreciate culture. I don't want to get to a point where just referencing any culture becomes taboo, right? Mm-hmm. And that's what it's becoming. It's like now we can't represent cultures. You know what I mean? Like, so it's gonna get to the point where we can no longer like have a game that's in the Aztec or Mayan temples, right? We can no longer play in the pyramids, like you know what I mean? Like, is it gonna get to that point where we can no longer reference different cultures in games, or any sort of form of media anymore? I think this should be important. It should be, in fact, maybe we should do it more. Maybe we should reference more cultures. And it's one thing to represent a culture, is another thing to be condescending towards a culture, right? That's two different things. So, like, going back to the Cuban cigar example, if you were to get a whole room of people, like, just, if it was just like a motif in a game where everyone in a cigar was Cuban and they just made them out to be really, really stupid, like, pathetic people, then you're like, okay, maybe that's wrong, right? But that doesn't really happen. So, you know, but I hope that, you know, I don't want anyone to be offended. I think we all should learn to, you know, enjoy things and appreciate things and equally and feel secure. But at the same time, I think we should respect and remember cultures. So, you know, I hope that it doesn't disappear.
Just real quick, like, I don't know if you guys watch Voltron, the Netflix show?
No, I haven't seen it.
Like, one of the you know what I'm talking about. You know the show I'm talking about. One of the drivers is Cuban, and they did not say anything about that for like the first 3 or 4 seasons. Just seeing that made me so proud. Like, it did. The guy was Lance is one of the drivers of the Voltron Lions, and he's like, something. I'm just a poor boy from Cuba. And I'm like, I was standing next to my wife, and I'm like, did you hear that? He's Cuban. Like, it's just so cool to see something from your culture in any kind of video game or you know, or like a show or anything. So I hope that they don't start to just not include these things just because of fear of making people offended.
Yeah, I'm in agreement. So, you know, hopefully, but I guess we'll see how things turn out as we progress towards the future. So let's see what you guys are saying in the chat. It looks like I think Josh Sheriff is calling it a night. All right, good night.
See ya.
I'm not sure who's saying bye. Is it everyone? I see everyone saying bye. Bye.
They're saying bye to Josh.
Is it Josh or is it Ray?
Or maybe they're saying
Ray?
Bye to Ray.
Oh, okay. Well, good night, Ray.
This always happens. You get one person says bye, everyone says bye.
And then you just think it's a mass exodus and everyone is gone.
Yeah.
Bye. Okay. See you later. Oh, look.
Promised land, guys.
Everyone disappeared. So, yeah, but definitely, you guys, there's a lot going on here. But again, if there's anything in particular you want us to talk about, just at me. I see Prince Awesome at me. I mean, in all seriousness, I can see how they can possibly get offended with it, especially since they have a lot of pride in their name and culture, but I believe they're just complaining. Okay. That seems to be the consensus that, you know, a lot of people think that the outcry is just some people being probably maybe not even necessarily actually offended, but just thinking it is offensive. But I don't actually know, so I'm not going to make an assumption. But
half the time it's people who don't even have anything to do with it, who just like assume that other people should get offended, which is ridiculous.
Okay. Yeah, that definitely happens.
That's true.
So, unless there's anything else you want to add, I think we're ready to jump into this Detective Pikachu talk.
Let's go.
You guys are ready? Okay, so we're finally getting to Detective Pikachu. The main topic, we're getting to it, and we're only an hour and 43 minutes into the podcast. Yeah, I know, it took a while. But I am really, really excited about this movie. I thought the trailer was crazy, and I'm not sure where to sort of start with this, but guys, just what are your immediate reactions from this trailer?
My immediate reactions.
You didn't seem as exhilarated about it.
No, I'm not.
In the chat. And I saw like a 30-second like reaction from you on Twitter. You seemed almost as floored as maybe as floored or more so than me from the trailer.
Yeah, like when I saw it, it's literally the most I've flipped out for anything until I think King K. Rool was the last time I flipped out like that. Like,
Same.
Oh my gosh, it's so amazing. You know what moment got me? Weirdly enough, when I saw Ken Watanabe, that's the moment for me, because that to me solidified this as an actual good film. Because Ken Watanabe does not do garbage films. Ken Watanabe is an amazing actor, and he only does. I've never seen him in anything bad. So when I saw
my understanding of names of actors is really bad. Who's Ken Watanabe? Is he the old guy?
He's the old Asian guy. Yeah, who was in Last Samurai, who was
to
in
play Devil's
Godzilla.
Advocate. I think he was also. I could be wrong. So if I'm wrong, let me know. But did he also play Master Roshi in Dragon Ball Evolution?
No. That was the guy from Hard Boiled.
Okay.
No, that's
all right.
No, that's the guy from what's that movie with Sean William Scott where he trains him to be a martial art. Anyways, another horrible movie. He's been in bad movies before.
Okay.
To me, Ken Watanabe's I've never seen him in a bad movie. The Godzilla, Last Samurai, Batman Begins. I mean, when I saw him, that's the moment that I'm like, oh my gosh, this could actually be a good film. And then like the rest of the trailer played out, and I'm absolutely floored by it. Like, it's so awesome. It is actually, like I was talking about before, bringing you into the Pokemon world. I've never thought I would see something like this in a movie, and also like this is going to be the best video game movie ever made. Right now, I'm calling it. I called it the moment I saw the trailer. This will be the best video game movie ever made. Nothing else will come close till now.
I remember liking the first Resident Evil movie, but I saw it as a kid, so I don't even know if it was good.
It wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. That wasn't bad. Mortal Kombat wasn't bad. But there's never really been a
I also
good
remember liking the Doom movie. All these movies I've seen when I was a kid. So
that was bad.
my understanding of like critical acclaim and such was, it was a lot easier to impress back then. A lot of times when I go back and watch movies now, I'm like, wow, this is terrible.
Yeah, I used to think Howard the Duck was good. Like, legitimately. I'm like, I know that movie's good. That's a really good movie.
I used to think Teletubbies was good, so man.
Jesus Christ.
I still think it's good.
I watch it every day. I think it's actually terrifying.
Creepy ass baby son, man.
Yeah. So for me, I'm a little concerned about the acting. Not because it is bad, but when I heard them talk about, oh, I know you want to be a Pokemon trainer at one point, like that seemed out of place. But maybe it's just the premise of real people talking about Pokemon, like as if it's a real thing, and I had to adjust to that. That might have been it, where I was like, I found it a little off-putting. I've seen the trailer like 5 times already, and it was only the first time I was like, oh, that was a little weird, right? But, I didn't see anything overtly bad about the acting, right? And I think the actual voice acting for Pikachu is actually really good. I think Ryan Reynolds is probably a better fit than Danny DeVito now that I'm seeing it in action. How do you feel about that? You guys know Danny DeVito, if I'm correct, he's the round guy who has a very gritty voice. Like he could play like a mafioso,
I don't know this.
And you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, of course. He's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, Penguin, the Lorax.
Yeah.
And he already did. He kind of did like a talking character in the Lorax. So it's all right. Like I want to say that it doesn't bother me, because it doesn't. When I saw the trailer, I said, wow, Ryan Reynolds is awesome. And then I heard some people say, yeah, it's kind of like hearing Ryan Reynolds is not the same. Yeah, I guess I kind of see that, because if Deadpool didn't have a mask on at all times, most of the time, 80% of the time, then that would be a little different, but he does. So what you most, I guess like what you most attach Deadpool is to his voice. So it's kind of, but at the same time, once you start, like, it might sound weird for the first like 5 or 10 minutes. Once you start watching the movie, all that's going to go away anyway, because you'll eventually just get warped up in yeah.
Honestly, I didn't remember it was Ryan Reynolds until it popped up on screen. I was like, oh yeah. And then I recognized his voice. But then again, I'm not a big Deadpool person, so.
I thought it was I think he's doing a good job. The thing is, like, so I brought up the Danny DeVito thing because I feel like some people think it should have been Danny DeVito, but like, I kind of like seeing it from Ryan Reynolds because there's something about it that makes it seem more youthful, and I think this Detective Pikachu is meant to be more youthful. Like, if it was Danny DeVito, it would feel like an old fart Pikachu, you know? Right? This is not an old fart Pikachu. This is not an old fart Pikachu. This Pikachu is young. Like, at least relatively young. Like, he has some experience, but, you know.
Plus, I think that from a marketing standpoint, Danny DeVito would not call attention so much as Ryan Reynolds with Deadpool, with him, you know.
Oh yeah, Ryan Reynolds is in the prime of his career.
Yeah.
And I think this what if this is his biggest movie? What if this is bigger than Deadpool? Like, it might be.
No, it won't be. It won't be. I'll tell you why. And I don't understand this decision, by the way. Releasing a week after Avengers 4. Like, I don't like.
Yeah. Well, at least it's not the same week.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't it doesn't matter. They should. I don't understand why they make these decisions. Like, I get scheduling. You have to. You know, I'm sure it goes way deeper, and you have to make sure that everything is ready for that day. You have to plan it a year in advance. But still, you know that Avengers is right there. Why would you put your movie there to just? I'm sure it'll do well, but I don't think it's going to be $1 billion. I mean, it's kind of the same market. It's aiming for Avengers.
Well, I'll tell you this. There was another trailer that came out today that is also something that I would say is right in the same competition as the Pokemon movie. That's the Toy Story 4 trailer teaser that came out today as well.
Yeah, it comes out. Well, it comes out July, doesn't it, or June?
They both came out in the summer, but I'm just saying.
Summer.
But the point I'm trying to make is that everyone's talking about the Detective Pikachu movie and not so much the Toy Story movie. And to prove my point, the Pokemon trailer is #1 on trending on YouTube right now. So the talk is there. The talk is real. Like, I think. Yeah, a week later, I can see how that can definitely impact sales. And hearing that, I heard that earlier, actually, and I was like, oh, that disappoints me a little bit because I want this to do really, really well. You know, this is something that I now believe in. This isn't like, it would be one thing if I could just, if it was just another one of those movies that I thought assumed was going to fail. But this is like Pokemon's first foray, Nintendo's first foray into the modern movie making. And if this is the direction they're going to go with, like, there's this Zelda anime we're hearing about, this Mario movie we're hearing about. What if they're all, like, actually really good? You know? Mm-hmm. Can you imagine where Nintendo will go, like, in terms of success? Like, these movies are going to market all of their IP so much. It's going to make them so much bigger. Think about how much bigger Marvel is now. What if Nintendo can hit a similar stride? Now, I'm not saying that Nintendo's going to all of a sudden start releasing 6 Nintendo movies every year, but
why not?
Well, hey, if it did, what a time that would be.
Marvel wasn't. Hey, think about this. Marvel was not doing this 10 years ago. Marvel just released Iron Man 10 years ago and didn't release anything for like a year after that. And now they're releasing like 4 to 5 movies a year. It can happen.
I just want to reiterate that if that happens, all of this was all came from Iwata. Like, this is all part of his big plan, you know, to reuse the Nintendo IP, to brand them with movies, right? To have the Switch be portable in its way and to sort of expand the user base. Like, Iwata's vision, and the mobile games as well, right? Like, these 3 different different platforms, the Switch, mobile gaming on phones, and then these Nintendo movies, like, these all seem really promising now. Like, if they all work well together, like, then it seems like they might, right? Of course, we haven't seen the Detective Pikachu movie yet. We don't know for sure, right? It still may be terrible, right? It may bomb, especially because it is coming out a week after. But the trailer looks so promising. It looks. I'm very impressed. I think it looks really good. I have heard some people complain about some of the Pokemon designs.
Yeah. I'm not a huge fan of some of the Pokemon designs. Mm-hmm. I think some of them work really well. Like, I think it was Ivysaur?
There was Bulbasaurs.
Bulbasaurs.
Marching.
Yeah, those looked really good. I like their design. what are the 3-headed like bird animals that
Dodrio.
were walking around? Yeah, I like those. I feel like
I missed those.
Pikachu isn't that.
There's a
bad.
lot in there. That trailer you can run through a few times.
Yeah.
There's a lot in there.
Most of the Pokemon look great. I just didn't like some of them. I don't like Charizard. I feel like his scale. He looks more like he has alligator. Or
I think
like
he looks
reptiles.
cool.
I think he looks like a freaking dragon.
No, he doesn't. That's the thing. Like, I wish he looked like a dragon, but his scales just don't look like dragon scales. They look like alligator scales. There's something weird about them that I can't quite put my finger on.
To be specific, technically Charizard's based off of Salamander. So, if you go... I think, actually, they're being pretty true to the designs for each character. Because, like, for example, Pikachu's a mouse. Like, Pikachu's design in this movie, I feel like, is more to what Pikachu should be than what Pikachu actually is in, like, every single game.
Right. And I don't like Jigglypuff. I don't like her. Them.
Oh no, I love Jigglypuff's.
I hate it. I hate it.
Oh,
I absolutely.
wait, I'm gonna send you a close up on it that I saw on Twitter. I'm gonna send it to you, Andres.
Okay.
And you're gonna look at it. It's awesome. It really is. Once you look close.
I mean, if you send it to me now, I could put it on the stream. Put a little PNG
I'll just
file.
I'll just retweet it. Here we go.
Okay.
Retweet. It looks awesome. You look so cool. I just think you have to remember it's not going to look like the anime.
Yeah, I'm kind of in agreement with you, Andy. Like, it's like realistic.
Yeah, and you know what? Little bit off topic, but I heard a video from a big YouTuber today, like an hour before we did the podcast, about the reaction.
This is a GIF. I don't know if I can post a GIF.
Yeah. Oh, you can't post a GIF? Doesn't that look cool?
It looks really good.
Yeah. So
I think
he said
really
this,
good.
And it kind of like got me a little irked. He said, "It's not a real Pokemon movie. Hopefully, if this does well, they can make a real Pokemon movie." It's like, what do you?
Oh, what do you define as a real Pokemon movie?
Exactly. Like, are you going to be feeding, like in the movie, you're going to see him like feeding berries and taking them to like going to like a safari zone or something? Like, what qualifies? This is a Pokemon movie in every shape, way, or form. It's a Pokemon movie.
I think I can show. I can do a screen share. The frame rate's going to be really low, but just so you guys can get an idea, and if you guys want to get a better look at it, if you can't find it yourselves, you could check out our Twitter. Just restart. The link is in the description. You can follow my Twitter. I'll retweet this too.
Retweet it so I can see it.
Just so, yeah, I'm gonna retweet it as well.
For some reason I'm not following.
But I'm still gonna do a screen share so you can still see it here. Just give me a second. All right. But the frame rate's low on screen share, so it's not gonna look that good. But you'll still at least see kind of how it looks. I think. It's one of those things. It doesn't look that bad to me.
Oh, I hate it. I hate it so much.
It kind of does remind me a little bit of like, what is it, the Munchkins or those furry monsters?
Gremlins.
The Gremlins, yeah, a little bit.
That's cool, man. Like the fact that it gives you that vibe, like it's supposed to. It's film. It's not a video game. It's supposed to give you a film vibe. Like it.
These are pocket monsters.
When you're a little kid and you see these movies like Beetlejuice and like these movies that are like kind of a little bit scary, like it's very cool when you're a little kid when you see stuff like that. I think this is gonna have a really cool vibe to it.
I mean, I guess it's just a difference in opinion. I don't like it at all.
It's so cool to me.
I don't even know if it came out on the stream, by the way. But...
It did.
Oh, okay,
it came out great.
Okay, good.
Yeah, it worked fine.
Oh, okay, good. I thought it like looped because I don't know how, but it seems like it worked out. But
I don't like the eyes. Some of the eyes, man. As a lot of the Pikachu's a lot of the Pokemon, I don't like their eyes.
I really don't see another way they could have done this. Like. Looking at them, the Pokemon they had to think about the balance they had to hit here, where you still have to make it look realistic and open to people that don't really know what Pokemon is, and still also make you believe that world could exist in real life. But also at the same time, you cannot go so far away where it doesn't even look like stupid Mario Brothers movies where the Goombas look like what Goombas look like.
They look like goons with reptile heads.
Yes.
Yeah,
that was true. Yeah.
That was very off. You see, that's the thing though. So like, while I can understand that the designs may be a little off-putting to you, they do kind of remind me of like those realistic Pokemon concept arts that are really disturbing. But to me, I think they fit really well. They almost look like what Pokemon would be if they were real. I think they're pretty good. And I think there's actually a huge attention to detail. It's not like they just mock this up. Like, every character that's been shown, and if you watch the trailer, there's a lot of like history and nods to different references. There's a whole bunch of different kinds of references for Pokemon. Like, they did their homework here, right? This isn't like, these aren't people who don't like, these are people who like Pokemon that are working on this movie, right? These aren't people who are just using the Pokemon branding as a cash grab. This is actually made by fans. You can tell because there's a reference. There are smart references to everything, and they're paying attention to what these Pokemon are about. That said, yeah, they're making some design choices that I know some people are going to disagree with. I don't disagree with it. I think it's smart because, like you said, Andy, you're appealing to a Western audience. You're reaching a bunch of people. This is the kind of movie that I'm pretty sure I could watch this with my parents or anyone. Like, I think they'll like it. My parents don't like Pokemon, just for the record, right? Well, my dad doesn't care, but like my stepmom actually hates Pokemon, right? Like, I think she would like this movie. I think she would think this is a really nice movie. Like, this is something that's kind of geared for everyone, right? It's going to kind of hit like that Pixar sort of thing where, it's something that has a little bit for everyone, which is also something I really appreciated. Like, this is not like a straight up kids movie either. Like, it could be for kids, but there are some jokes that are, a little bit more. It's not. I don't want to call the movie gritty, but it might be a little gritty. It's like a soft touch of grittiness to it. You know what I mean? I really like the direction they're going with this, and I'm actually surprised at how well it's coming together. I'm surprised. Like this, I didn't see this coming.
Yeah, me neither. I love the whole mime, like Mr. Mime part.
Yeah, I like that one.
Where you put up a light screen and everything.
Yeah.
Like, it's so cool. Little nods like that.
I was kind of surprised that
Go ahead.
the joke was like Mr. Mime was saying to shove it. Like, I didn't think they would do that. Like, that's not something you would see. You wouldn't see that joke in an actual Pokemon anime movie. You would never see that.
No, you wouldn't. You're right.
Yeah.
But I'm glad they put it in there. And if the movie is filled with more moments like that, like it's gonna be really funny, I think.
Yeah.
Especially with Ryan Reynolds. Like, he's gonna bring his charm to it. He's gonna bring his comedy timing to it. So it's gonna be funny.
Yeah. I think everything I've seen so far is promising. Does that mean the movie's gonna be good? No, because maybe the story will just like not really carry itself. I think it's gonna be good. I feel pretty good about this.
Other than not really liking some of the designs, I don't see anything else wrong with this movie. Like, I thought it looked cool.
Are you think you're gonna watch it?
Not in theaters, no. I'll
Okay.
watch
What?
it eventually.
Really? Oh, you just don't.
I'm not a big Pokemon fan. Keep that in mind.
Oh, okay. Are you a big film fan or?
I watch what I think I will really enjoy. I don't watch something in theaters unless I'm really going to like it. Like Avengers 4
you'll go to the movie for that. But like,
yeah, I'll go to the movies for like Harry Potter because I'm a complete diehard.
Can't
talk.
No, that was good. That was good accent. That was good accent.
Diehard.
Yeah.
True something over here apparently. Diehard Harry Potter fan, but I won't go for like just anything. I'm not gonna go watch Toy Story or something in theaters, even though I'm probably gonna watch the movie eventually.
I'm a big fan of Toy Story. Actually, those are really good movies. They're not.
I didn't like 3.
Really? Oh, I thought that was.
Like...
I actually thought essentially. I thought it was spectacular.
I think the
really
premise of 3, the fact that he's like giving away his toys to the kid, was really, really good. It was like the best way they could have ended it. I think just everything in between was just kind of like, what? Why is this a thing?
I would have to go back
liked
and
it.
watch it, but
Because it was an accident. He wasn't supposed. They weren't supposed to be there.
I know. I was just like, it wasn't.
I remember wanting to cry at the end. The thing is, for me, Toy Story 3... Here's the thing about Toy Story. So, the main character's name is Andy, right? Coloco, Andy. My family also calls me Andy, by the way.
Oh
guys.
gosh, yeah. I'm just saying, like, when I grew up, I know you probably had the same experience.
I did,
Andy,
and
where are your toys at? It's like, shut up.
I remember getting.
I
didn't watch Toy Story 1 in the theaters, but I remember getting the movie as a gift of like on my birthday. I think I was turning 10. I don't remember exactly, but I think I was turning 10, just like Andy in Toy Story 1, right? And then I really felt like a similarity with that, and I'm sure other people have too. But like I was one of those kids that would really get. I would pull out all my toys in my room, and I would create these massive, like, epic, like, dramatic wars with, like, basically I would shoot an anime in my head and reenact it with toys all the time in my room. Like, I would have these massive epic stories where toys would be just killing each other as a kid growing up. But, like, you know, just kind of going fast forwarding, though, when Toy Story 3 came out, the story was about him going away to college, right? When Toy Story 3 came out, guess what? I was going away to college. That was literally the summer that I finished 12th grade, and I was going away to college. So, for me, the Toy Story series has kind of really hit home because it's kind of like fitted into my timeline. So, you know.
Yeah. And I like that part of Toy Story 3. He's going away to college, and he gets rid of his toys. I just didn't like what actually happened for most of the movie. I didn't care for it. It wasn't bad. It was just kind of like, what, eh.
I'll tell you this, I don't remember. I'll have to go back and watch it. But I remember really liking it then.
As far as Toy Story 4, like, at least Pokemon doesn't have to worry about them because it releases, like, really, like, a month after that. So it doesn't have to worry about, like, competing against Toy Story 4.
I have a feeling it might beat it. Well, I mean, at least in terms of critical acclaim.
No.
Sales might be different. I don't know. No, Toy Story. No, you're right. I take it back. Toy Story has like the right formula. Like they're. But at least today, people are talking about Pokemon. They're not talking about Toy Story.
Yeah, because
Toy Story was nothing of a trailer.
Well, that and we've already seen 3 other ones. So, like, if this was
This
like the
is
second
new.
Toy Story,
Yeah.
like, I think it would be a bigger deal. But
You're
because
right.
we've seen it already so many times, like, that's why people are like, oh, yeah, of course, I'm going to go watch that. But look at this thing. We've never seen something like this before.
You're right.
But, like, the thing is, Toy Story, that's a brand that's been around for, 20 years. That's, as far as movies go, not like Pokemon. But like, I think that their biggest hurdle is Avengers. And I'm going to go see it right after I see Avengers the week after. But how many people are actually going to do that? Like how many? And there's a lot of crossing there. Like a lot of people that are comic book fans are video game fans and are Pokemon fans. In turn, a lot of them are.
I might just make it like a double movie day. I might go weekend.
Both?
Yeah.
I feel like there's this. The movies kind of like people just go to the movies a lot. I feel like these days, like you go to the movies for everything. A movie comes out, there's so many people going. I don't know. I feel like this isn't something you really have to worry about. Especially there's just a kind of a culture of watching tons of like movies in the same day, like going and buying like tickets to a movie, watching a movie, and then like hopping in, watching another movie, and then watching another movie. Like a lot of people do that.
I don't think it'll flop. I don't think it's going to flop, but maybe it won't yield its maximum potential, Like, I think it's going to be okay. I don't want it to bomb, because I don't want...
Pokemon's big enough that people aren't going to choose between them. They're going to watch both.
That's also a good point, right? Because, I mean, it is the Pokemon branding, right? This isn't like some sort of new franchise that's starting up that kind of needs everything to go in its direction for it to work. Like Pokemon, the fact that it has Pokemon in the name is going to make it sell on its own.
Pokemon is huge.
Yeah, but I know, I understand, like, yeah, like we would go see both movies if we were both fans, but that's not how, for a lot of people, maybe even the majority, when they go to see a movie, especially if they're a family, I got to pay for my 2 kids. I got to pay for popcorn and stuff. Like, you go a weekend and you're like, we're not going next week. That was a lot of money. So a lot of times that's why it's not, even if they're both fantastic movies, you will never usually see 2 huge blockbuster movies week per week. even movie companies know to separate. You have to have that separation where you go get the majority of people that went to go see it in opening weekend, and then they go, okay, like a couple weeks go by. All right, it's been a couple weeks. Let's go see another movie.
Yeah.
You just don't want them too close together.
I see what you're saying. Well, I hope at least that it's not like, that it's not too bad. That it still does well regardless.
Right.
I'm actually just changing the order of the topic because I feel like it makes more sense to jump into the conversation about this Mario movie rather than talking about the next Zelda game.
Right.
But yeah, let's see what you guys are saying in the chat. Actually, before we move into, I just want to say, I think Charizard looks amazing. Okay,
Yeah.
I think he looks really good. He looks scary. He looks like a scary salamander flame beast dragon.
And he's supposed to. He is terrifying.
Like, imagine how Charizard would look in real life. I feel like that's pretty close to how it would look. Yeah.
I guess it's just not what I wanted it to look like. I understand that it's very much going for
right. And Brandon,
it's just not what I imagined.
Right, and just Brandon, because I feel like our opinion, me and Andy, have probably been more on the same side today. So I don't want you to I'm not trying to say your opinion is bad, right? Because I've actually seen a lot of people.
Yeah.
A lot of people have shared your opinion, right? Like you're not wrong to feel that way.
Not at all.
But it just so happens that me and Andy like it, right? And I think it looks
like most of the designs. It's like one or two of the Pokemon. I was just like, that looks weird.
Mm-hmm.
But most of them I thought was like, oh, that looks really good.
So then just for how if you have an idea, how would you envision a better looking Jigglypuff or Charizard?
Jigglypuff? I don't know. It's kind of weird. I always imagined Jigglypuff and Kirby being similar. So seeing
we haven't seen Kirby in live action though.
Imagine if Kirby had a live action, he was like some furry thing. I'd be like, what? So for me, it was weird just because they kind of always render them as like.
Have you seen those
looks
pictures?
Looks like a bouncy ball.
Have you seen those pictures with Kirby without his shoes?
I have. It's disturbing.
It is, right?
Those are his feet.
His
feet are round balls of pink. That's all they are.
I just want to say that I think that Jigglypuff should be furry. I think it's just because they've always stuck with that anime design. They don't really show the fur texture, right?
And it's not even that mostly. It's the eyes. The eyes are creepy because they're just so huge and they look like human eyes almost.
Well,
like
but Jigglypuff has huge eyes. Like, what would you? I guess. I don't know.
So
really my speculation is this though, right? I feel like a lot of people that aren't feeling the designs simply not because they're bad designs, but because they're trying to make Pokemon look realistic, and Pokemon have never been designed to look realistic, right? So when you see them look realistic, they're like, holy crap, that's a monster, right?
Right.
But I do want to say, Pokemon, that's supposed to be
pocket monster.
Right, they're supposed to be pocket monsters. That the original concept is they're monsters.
I'm not saying there's anything wrong with the design. I'm just saying that I don't like it. Like if I was in,
I can see what you're saying.
Yeah,
it does look a little.
It's not an appealing design. It might be a realistic, like fine design that's true to what it should be, but it's not an appealing design.
How do you feel about Pikachu's design?
I feel like his hair should be shorter, but other than that, he's fine. His fur's kind of long.
What about Mr. Mime?
Mr. Mime's amazing.
It looks good.
Some people think Mr. Mime is really creepy.
He's a clown. He's supposed to be creepy.
He's supposed to be. Now especially with his lore, he's supposed to be really creepy.
Oh yeah.
Man, dude, what if this movie does not just have to be amazing, but what if it just does well enough that they continue with these high budget Pokemon movies? Like, can you imagine? The potential is crazy because, like you just said, like the history for Mime, like the story behind Mime is actually really creepy. There's a lot of really dark and weird, like,
just kind of like imagine
stories for Pokemon.
Imagine if Danny DeVito did voice him, and Pikachu was this like old, like super senile, just like the world is hell. Pikachu, just like the world is a terrible place.
I think
It's
it would.
not, like,
I think it would
dark
go.
history
I think it would
based.
go down as one of those things that we'll never want to see again.
I don't know.
I feel like people would have been like, "That's not." I think the reason they didn't go for that is for that reason. Like, I think Danny DeVito would have made it too dark, too mature. Even though he's a comic, like.
No, I don't mean
he
like the
makes
whole thing. to be
Pikachu
super
a
sure.
little too gritty.
I just mean like Pikachu has this like super like dark mindset, but the world's actually like. I don't mean like the world is like literally a shithole, and I just mean like he has this very like cranky personality.
Yeah, I see what you're saying,
Be
but like
funny.
that goes. It's like the opposite of the direction of what they decided to go with. Because like if you like Pikachu in this movie, he's actually pretty optimistic. Like I think like he has this whole like monologue about hope and faith, and it led us to destiny. Like it's like it's very optimistic.
I just want to point out that if it was a literal shithole, it'd be a really completely different Pokemon movie.
Yeah,
I'm just saying. It'd be,
So I don't want it to be. I'm just saying I would like to see a Pikachu that was more cranky Pikachu. I don't know. I think it'd be cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So let's see. Any other final thoughts on Detective Pikachu before we check what everyone's saying in the chat?
It looks amazing. I can't wait. I just can't wait to see it.
Same.
It's incredible.
I'm so stoked. I think it's incredible. Brandon will have to be sold on it. We'll wait until those reviews.
I'm sure I'll like it. I'm just not sure if I'll love it.
Right, and that's fair.
We'll take them and we'll tell them that we're gonna watch Avengers.
Ooh, that'd be funny. It's like, what is this? What is this nonsense? It's not Avengers.
It's not Avengers.
Yes, it is. Yeah, it is. It's the greatest crossover of all time. Look, that Charmander's Captain America. Yeah. So I'm seeing. So Prince Awesome added me. He said when I first saw it, and just the idea of it, I thought it would be some cringy, cheesy Muppets type movie. But when the trailer popped up, I was amazed of how it interested me. It's been a while since the movie trailer got me hyped, and I'm so interested in a movie that actually looks truly enjoyable. Yeah, no, I'm right there with you. Yeah. Phantasmal was saying that Pikachu, Greninja, Charmander, Charizard, and Bulbasaur look the best. Sabbath is saying that Jigglypuff
really
look creepy.
She does.
I see that point.
It does.
I think it's interesting because Phantasm brought up Greninja. Greninja is a Generation 6 Pokemon, so it's not just Generation 1 Pokemon.
Greninja looks good as well.
Yeah. So it's not just showing Kanto Pokemon, which I think is interesting. It is. I think it's mostly going to be focused on Kanto Pokemon, but they'll have like those other mons just kind of thrown out, all sprinkled around as well.
Greninja's one of the bigger Pokemon. I think more popular Pokemon.
And there seems to be like some
Smash. So
there seems to be like some serious shit going down too, right? Because there's that one like chain, like Pikachu's in a match with a Charizard trying to kill him. There's
it's almost like they're breeding, like fighting, like dog fighting, but like Pokemon fighting kind of thing going on.
Yeah. Did any of you got like a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle vibe when you saw the Greninjas chasing them?
No. I got kind of like a Terminator 2 kind of vibe when it's that hallway scene. When you see the Greninjas coming through the hallway, I'm like, whoa, this is actually
very intimidating.
Intense.
Yeah. How about that scene where the ground is literally like folding up?
What do you think that is?
I was confused.
Earthquake?
Maybe it's what's that giant rock?
Magnitude?
Pokemon?
It didn't occur to me at first, but it's got to be a Pokemon move. Yeah. I don't know what Pokemon move that would be. It would have to be
Magnitude?
Maybe Magnitude or Earthquake, but that's not a normal Magnitude or Earthquake. I don't know. I hope it is a Pokemon move though, and not just some random calamity. You know what I mean? Like I hope like they actually use Pokemon moves to cause these calamities because it's a Pokemon movie.
Or if it's a psychic Pokemon tricking them to think that that's happening.
Oh, what if Mewtwo is like the main evil force here?
Oh, that'll be awesome.
Yeah, and I could see Mewtwo having the psychic power to do something like that to the ground.
And they could pick a good actor to voice him because he would have a voice as well.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I gotta look at the Detective Pikachu Internet Movie Database and see if who's on there. Maybe someone unlisted.
That would be, oh man, that's gonna be intense. If that,
Bill
I mean,
wait. Bill Nighy is unlisted on here. Bill Nye is Nighy. I always get his name wrong. Nighy or Nighy? You know the guy from Underworld? He is unlisted on Pokemon on Detective Pikachu.
oh, that's interesting. Well, I'm not good with names either, which is why I'm like going to it to like get a good picture.
I could definitely see him being a good Mewtwo.
Oh man, wow, yeah. Just I'll screen share my IMDb. Like, yeah, this guy. He's somewhere in the movie apparently. He's also in Pirates of the Caribbean.
Yeah, he's in Destiny as well. He's the speaker in Destiny for those.
So look, this is him here. He's a pretty, like he's definitely playing like a sketchy like he's someone who's really sketchy and like dark. You know, this is him here as well. I know that's probably a kind of a gruesome image, but
hey, it's PG-13, man.
His head.
But yeah, that is. I don't know if he would play Mewtwo, but there's some potential there for.
Or, yeah, I guess he could. Could Alakazam can he? He can talk to people, right? Why wouldn't he be able to?
Alakazams can speak at least telepathically, I think.
Yeah, telepathically.
Yeah.
It could be an Alakazam.
Yeah, but I mean, let's be frank here. If they used an Alakazam as the final bad guy, that would kind of make it more of like a light-hearted bad guy. You know what I mean? Like if it's Mewtwo, then you know shit's going down. You know what like if it's just an Alakazam, that feels more like a filler episode. You know, like it's not like a real tough bad guy unless they build up. They would have to build up the Alakazam.
They'd have to build him up.
Yeah. Like for Mewtwo, you don't have to build up Mewtwo, right? Like you show Mewtwo in one or two subtle scenes, and when he finally gets his full reveal as the final bad guy, if he is a full bad guy, his history speaks for itself. You know. I mean,
look at this. This is from the Red and Blue Pokedex of Alakazam. Its brain can outperform a supercomputer. Its intelligence quotient is said to be 5,000.
Alakazam has the resume to be the bad guy. I'm not saying it can't happen. I'm just saying I feel like if it was Alakazam, they would have to build him up.
Yeah,
you know?
For sure.
There would have to be some scenes with him beforehand. But maybe, I mean, after all, we do see Mr. Mime, right? He's a psychic type, and he's being interrogated, so maybe he knows something. I could see a Mr. Mime being connected. There's obviously a conspiracy going on here, right? Because you have the Greninjas, right? They're obviously working for someone, right? It's like they're an assassination team or something. Like, there's definitely some dark, evil group at hand here with
You just give me more hype for this movie, man.
I'm just saying, like, it kind of makes sense. Like, I don't know. I hope this is. I'm excited. I'm very excited for this. Let me see. Sabbath said, I wouldn't doubt. Oh wait, this is an older comment. He was saying he wouldn't doubt if we got a Metroid movie in the future. Yeah, I would. If we get a Metroid movie someday, damn.
Yeah, with Brie Larson.
That would be incredible. Man, I'm just excited. Like, this Detective Pikachu movie seems insane. Like, this is all really, really promising.
And one last thing about that, wouldn't it be like Nintendo to release this trailer literally 4 days right before
100%.
the brand new Pokemon? I mean,
100% intentional. That's totally the plan. It's just all about hype and getting people talking about Pokemon. Yeah, absolutely.
Now my expectations for the sales of that game are like through the roof, and for the Switch.
Getting people to talk. That's the whole plan, man. The Iwata master plan. You get the movies, you get the mobile games, you get the Switch, and all of a sudden, all these things kind of build upon each other, and it has this huge exponential effect. And before you know it, we have the Nintendo Universal Park in Japan, then in California, then in Florida, and then before you know it, there's an island that's Nintendo Island, and then they have hotels there, and you can live there. And before you know it, Nintendo owns the country.
Welcome to Nintendo Island, where we recreate Mario's from like, I don't know, DNA.
They
Yeah.
make a real
That's
life
gonna be-
Ralphie now.
They
That
make
would
real
be
life
amazing.
Wario's walking around,
Oh no, God.
and
Can
then
you
they
imagine?
make, and then something goes wrong.
That'd be incredible. That's the future. I need to live for that.
I want a Jurassic Park with Wario's right now.
Oh my god, it'd be crazy. Or even just a Jurassic Park for Pokemon. Can you imagine that? Like,
Oh, yeah.
there's just a whole bunch of dragon Pokemon and fossil Pokemon. That'd be crazy.
I meant like an actual movie, Jurassic Park. Would just replace all the dinosaurs with Wario. I want a horror movie like that.
And the final bad guy is Waluigi. He's the final. he's the final dinosaur, Waluigi.
But yeah, but having a like I saw this thing the other day, a little bit off topic, but it's still the same. Where it's like a mechanized gorilla that someone made, like a robot
I saw
gorilla.
that. I saw that.
Oh my god, it looked just like a gorilla. It moved exactly like a gorilla.
Yeah.
Like if they could do that with like Pokemon, that would be amazing.
I feel like the gorilla's movements and its expression. Well, the face wasn't moving, right? Well, it wasn't an expressive face. It was just a mask. But the way its gestures were, like, it wasn't uncanny valley. Like, I wasn't like, oh, there's something off about that. I was like, okay, why is this gorilla in a gorilla suit? Like it looked like you're right. It looked like a real gorilla. So like, I mean, the mechanics for movement are just getting more and more advanced. I remember, which park was it? Was it? I think it was some Disney park. I'm not sure. Maybe not. I don't know. I don't remember which park it was, but there was a park. It must have been Universal because it was about dinosaurs in Jurassic Park, I think. But there was this one area where they had like a little ranch part that had like a Triceratops, and it was like laying down grazing, and people could kind of walk through. It looks. I was a kid, but back then it looked like a real Triceratops. Like it was almost like you were at a zoo for like cows or bull, except it wasn't cows or bull. It was a freaking Triceratops.
Right.
So, and that was back then. I mean, yes, I was a kid, a lot easier to, fool and impress and such, but, technology is getting better and better, and just looking how they are handling all the animations in Detective Pikachu, it looks really, really good. I'm impressed. But I want to read this comment from Lazy Dance. He's saying, I don't think you will need to understand or know Pokemon to like this movie. I agree. Yeah, I mean, anyone's going to be able to watch this movie and enjoy it seems. So, and that's pretty exciting. Yeah, Sabbath, I think there's a chance we could see Mewtwo. It kind of makes sense. I wasn't thinking until when we got into this conversation, but after kind of walking through the possibilities, I think Mewtwo would be a good play in terms of marketing. I think it would make sense.
Wait a minute. Sabbath 64 says they're replacing the Jurassic Park ride. Are you talking about Islands of Adventure in Universal Studios Orlando? Because I didn't hear about that. I thought they were building a completely separate park for Nintendo. That's the last thing I heard. That they were, but initially they were going to take down Toon World, and to make space, because Toon World has like Dudley Do Right, like Rocky and Bullwinkle, all those really old cartoons that no one cares about anymore. So originally they were just going to take down that piece and just make that Nintendo World, and that would have been really small. So now I guess they're building a whole big park that's the size of like a Universal Studios or Islands of Adventure.
I think I heard that it was going to be segmented. Like one part is going to be in Universal, the other part is going to be in Islands of Adventure.
Huh. That would be cool.
It would be cool, but I think last time I heard it was like separate, like not connected, which I think would be bad.
That kind of sucks that they would take down the Jurassic Park ride, because that's a really good ride.
Yeah, I thought it was really cool. Well, I guess we'll see how it works out. I mean, the thing with these rides is they take a few years to really be put together. And when the Nintendo Park does finally open in 2020, that's the plan, at least in the first one in Japan. Yeah, like they're going to be building upon it, right? So the park that's going to come out in 2020 isn't going to be the park in 2024. Like, for example, I was there when the Harry Potter park opened for Islands of Adventure, but now they've expanded upon and really filled it out, right? So it's almost like, to really get the full vision of what a park's going to be, you have to go like 5 to 10 years after it first opens to really like see it as in its like final form, But they probably will always like be expanding upon it, so I wouldn't say not go at first. I'm hoping to plan a trip to go to Japan for the Olympics, but also is at the same time when they're opening the Nintendo park. Like
Start saving up now, man.
Yeah, I know.
That plane ticket is not cheap.
No, I know. I have some time, but not a lot.
That would be awesome, though. Japan it looks amazing. It's one of the places I've always wanted to go. But
right, I mean, it's kind of like a triple whammy, right? Going there just to be in Japan, right? Going for the Nintendo park and also going for the Olympics. Like that's huge.
And going to Nintendo of Japan, just standing outside the
oh yeah,
standing outside and taking a picture in front of the sign. You got to do that if you go.
Yeah,
there.
You're right. I have to. So hopefully I can pull
walking
that off.
around Kyoto is really cool.
Be pretty awesome. So let's move on to this Mario movie. So after seeing this trailer for this Pokemon movie, I think it kind of definitely makes me feel even more excited for this Mario movie. But there's been an update for the Mario movie. Basically, I think I have the article up here so I can kind of just read. I think I do. Nope. I exited it. I told myself that I just remember everything. So nothing too extraordinary. It's just basically they're saying they got the team that's working from Illumination, Studio Illumination. They're the guys behind the Minions, Despicable Me, the Grinch movie that just came out. They are working very closely with Shigeru Miyamoto, the creator for Mario. And they talk about how it's really interesting for them because the original Super Mario Bros. Movie that came out in 1993 was a complete failure. But back then, there was no connection between Nintendo and the studio. Like, they weren't really working together to get a good vision for what a Mario movie should be. But now, Shigeru Miyamoto is actually working really closely with them. They've been working really closely together for a while already. And it's supposedly it's going really well, and you know they're also brought up how like a lot of times in Hollywood they don't normally work with the creator of the property, but in this case they feel like it's probably the right thing to do. Like it makes a lot of sense, and they're really focusing on making sure that they appeal to the history and you know the roots of what Mario is, right? Kind of like what they're doing in the Pokemon movie, like. You could tell the Pokemon movie, like, they did their homework, right? There's tons of references, like, everything makes sense. Like, even if you don't agree with some of the designs, at least those designs match up with the descriptions for what they actually are within the Pokemon games, right? Like, it's not like they're just pulling it out of their ass. Like, they're sticking to the source material, and it seems like they're going to be doing the same thing for this Mario movie. And they're working closely with Shigeru Miyamoto. So, Shigeru Miyamoto has to give it the okay, right? Like, he's working closely with them on this project. So, it's all very promising to me, especially now seeing this Pikachu movie. Like, it seems like Nintendo really they're actually putting in the right amount of effort to make these movies do well. Like, how do you guys feel about this Mario movie? Do you guys think it could do even better than the Pikachu movie? The same, like, or how do you feel about Illumination? The guys that make the Despicable Me, Minions, like, where do you guys stand?
I don't understand why everyone seems to hate Illumination Studios. They're a good studio. They make good movies. Despicable Me is a great series. It's really good. And with Miyamoto working so closely, I don't have any doubts it's going to be a good movie. Will it be a great movie? I don't know. I'm kind of hoping it doesn't take too generalized.
It's going to be a few years, by the way.
Approach.
I think they're aiming for like 2020.
Yeah.
2020?
Yeah. Well, no, you're right. Yeah, 2022. Yeah.
Okay. Is it really that far? Wow. Damn. Yeah. I thought it was like 2020.
Well, it's gonna be full CG. It's almost like making a whole game or something. Like. Let me double check.
Yeah, because it was the same amount of time of when you first heard about the Switch. I remember looking that up. So I'm like, it's not that far off. But it is a little bit. It's like 3.5 years off.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I don't have any doubts it's going to be a good movie. I'm just wondering if it's going to be too simple. Like, it's going to be too surface level. I hope they really go deep into it and make it some kind of crazy, like, really go ham with everything. But I don't want to get too much into it because I made a video about it releasing tomorrow. Shameless plug. So
they're definitely still in the concept stage, right? They're not filming yet. They're still in the concept stage. They're still trying to come up with the right plot and how to. They're still discussing how to even make a movie about Mario right now. Like, this is only 2018, right? They're talking about how it will be released by 2022. Like, they still have a lot. There's still a lot to be done. But so if anyone wants to be casted in the Mario movie, they probably still haven't done auditions for that. So still got a shot.
I like one thing that I liked is you briefly touched upon it, but something that the founder Chris Melandri said. He said this, quote, "The challenge is taking things that are so thin in their original form and finding depth that doesn't compromise what generations of fans love about Mario, but also feels organic to the iconography and can support a 3-act structure." So basically what he's saying is not Super Mario Brothers movie, the first one. Right. So taking something that's a little bit vague, because let's be honest, Mario games don't have the deepest story, the deepest lore where you can pull something concrete from. You know what I'm saying? So it's a little bit vague. So you have to hit that perfect with so many little tiny notes. You have to hit that perfect place where people will still be welcomed of whatever you're going to bring to the table, of what exactly a Mushroom Kingdom looks like, what exactly is a regular day for Mario or Princess Peach. What does that look like? How do they act? You know, from how do they treat each other? All these things. You have to think about all this, but you have to balance it out and also bring it so it makes sense and it makes for a good movie. So that's why it's taking 3.5 years, because this is a series. I can't even think of another big iconic character that hasn't had a movie, and that's more vague, I guess, than Mario. That's that big.
Like, how are they even... Yeah, it's gonna be tricky. Like, how do they even handle voice acting, for example? Like, like, it's not that Mario's not 100% silent. Like, he said, he has like the couple blurbs here and there, right? But he's never been someone who just speaks the entire time. So I don't know. I'm not even sure what direction they'll go. What?
Do you keep the original voice actor? Or...
Oh, I think that.
Danny DeVito.
Yeah. Hey, they would. I don't know.
It actually kind of would work.
Yeah, it kind of work. Yeah, like, yeah, it would fit. I don't think they'll pick him, but I think it'd be interesting.
I really don't want them to change the voice actor for Mario.
But the thing is, the voice actor, I don't think he really does like full-on scripts. He
could.
Maybe
he does it. He does it all the time for like people for like at shows he's at. When he goes to, just kind of sign stuff and just hang out at like conventions and stuff, which he does.
Maybe he could. Maybe he could. I mean, it's. I guess.
Yeah.
I'm not opposed to it. I'm just saying, like, it's kind of like a different beast. So I don't know if they would get him in to do that. But at the same time,
I just don't want to hear another person voice Mario when the same person's been voicing Mario for what, like 30 years.
Yes, but I think they should get someone that's Italian, and I would say DJ Pauly D from Jersey Shore. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Someone that's actually Italian. No, I'm joking. I don't know what the good choice is there.
I mean, I'm not like as Sabbath is saying. He's saying Sabbath 64 is saying that Charles Martinet has to voice Mario. Like, I think he could potentially be the right fit because he does Mario already. But I'm just saying, movie versus just a couple small words here and there, it's like a big difference, right? Like, if there's a full-on script for this movie where Mario talks a lot, I don't know. But maybe Mario doesn't talk a lot.
Want that?
I don't. Yeah, that's the point. Maybe they don't. Maybe it is just a few words here and there. In which case, Charles Martinet would still work in perfectly because it's pretty much what he's already done for Mario games already. So then maybe yeah. And even if it is a full-on script, maybe he still could do it. I'm just saying I don't know. It's interesting. You know what? The other thing is we've all seen the World of Light trailer for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. that had voice acting in it. Like, I was surprised to see some of the characters speak in the trailer, right? Like, and that looks good. Like, that looks really good. Like, imagine if they were to make a Nintendo movie, like, with that, you know? Like, what if someday they make a Smash movie where it's just literally, like, you know, it's like their Avengers, like the crossover of different Nintendo characters. And
Maybe that's what they're working up to, like Marvel did 10 years ago. All it takes is the first Mario movie.
Yeah, maybe 10, 15 years from now, we see a Smash Ultimate movie. That would be like, so basically that cutscene that lasted for like a minute, but multiply that by 125 or something.
Amazing.
Yes, these happen.
I feel like I think theoretically that could compete with Avengers. Theoretically, if Nintendo were to play their cards right, but that is, we're such a far away. We're so far away from that happening. Like, there's so many hoops that Nintendo will have to go through to ever even get even close to that sort of conversation. I'm like really looking way ahead here, but it'd be amazing. It would be really, really freaking cool. But like, so what do you guys think that the Mario movie, like, how would they tell the story? Would it be a simple tale of, I wouldn't want them to make it straight up save the princess, because I would want Peach to be a pivotal a character that Mario interacts with throughout the movie. You know, I would want her to be a part of the cast, not just sit right there for the end. At the same time, I mean, they could just do that. It could be a straight up an adventure where Mario and Luigi have to go save Peach from Bowser. And it's more about how they go through that adventure, where, you know, maybe they have to go through the Mushroom Kingdom and then they can go through different areas. They could do that, actually.
As long as they make Luigi look weirdo like they did in the Rabbids game, I don't mind. You just like a straight up weirdo. Like, very strange person.
Luigi needs to be like he is in Paper Mario, where he just does, like, he has these ridiculous adventures. Like, I want him to be like that kind of person. He needs his paper. I want this story to be more like what you would imagine from like a Mario and Luigi or Paper Mario than like a 3D Mario game. Like a 3D platformer Mario. Something interesting.
I don't know.
It's like I said, though.
I want Yoshi to be in there too. Yoshi's got to be in there. They got to do Yoshi right. Yeah,
they're gonna do it. They have to redeem themselves from that Mario movie, making him just another Jurassic Park lookalike Velociraptor.
He needs to have personality. He needs to be a part of the cast, like not just some random character they find randomly chained up at some point.
Should be like, see, they should. That's what they gotta have, a bunch of different characters like that with personality, like kind of like the partners in like Paper Mario or something.
Can you imagine they put Wario in the movie too?
Oh,
that'd be kind of cool. Make him the villain.
Yeah. Oh, that'd be interesting.
That could work.
Instead of Bowser.
I feel like Bowser not being the villain is also become cliche at this point. Not really, no.
Has it though? Like, there's been some good Mario like villains. Other than
but there's also been a few times where Bowser's like, "Oh crap, I have to help Mario out," you know?
Yeah. Those are the best ones for like.
You know, it'd be really cool.
Character.
You know, it'd be really cool. So what if the main villain, you think it's Bowser, but it's actually someone else at the end of the movie, and it's actually like, you think it's Bowser, right? And the story ends, and then they pull a Marvel, right? After the credits, there's another scene, and you find out the real mastermind behind the whole ordeal in the Mario movie was actually Ganondorf.
It's a little bit too much, I think.
No. I don't know if you guys got my full message there. That would be hinting at a Zelda movie.
Yeah.
And then it's just like you get the Zelda movie, then you get the Metroid.
I think they would have to build up for, like, it would be cool if instead of Bowser was that Toad guy from Mario 2. I think he was Wart. Is it Wart?
Oh yeah, Wart. Yeah.
That would be cool.
Oh, but you know what would be crazy? If it was Toadsworth. It's just like, I just don't want Prince. It's just like he just doesn't want Peach to belong to anyone else. That'd be crazy.
Insane.
There's so much potential. There's so much potential. I can't wait till it happens.
There is. It's. I googled wart, and I'm looking at disgusting pictures right now. So just don't do that, guys. Don't just Google wart.
No, I know what you're talking
like,
about. Though he's like a light green character with the crown, right?
Yeah, him, yeah.
Not King K.
think,
Rool, but similar.
Yeah, I just think he's too like Mario is. The whole series is a little too vague when it comes to actual story. They would have to take a lot of leaps of faith, I think, with the story. A lot of people.
But they're doing that with Detective Pikachu. They're kind of, you know, they're definitely stretching themselves. They're going out of the ordinary with Detective Pikachu.
Yeah, but there's like Pokemon has had a good story behind it. You know, like for the most part, mostly every Pokemon game has had a story behind it.
Right.
Whereas Mario games, it's mostly not like that.
It's been games. Pokemon has been an animated series for years with so many movies. So telling a story with Pokemon isn't out of the ordinary. That's normal. So
there's some stories that happen with Mario, like the Paper Mario.
And that's going to be a challenge for every Nintendo.
Are you a Paper Mario
movie.
fan?
Oh hell yeah! Who isn't?
Something just told me. I don't know what it was.
It's gonna be mentioned it a couple times.
But I kind of just realized it though. But literally every Nintendo movie they make is gonna be a huge challenge, just to make it a story that's good. I'm not expecting every story to be like an Emmy. You know, like it doesn't have to like be the movie of the year, right? But good enough. Like Pixar movies, like where they're fun movies. So you're gonna watch it. It's gonna be enjoyable. There's no lags, you know, and it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a fun experience.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like with Marvel, with comics in general, that is the point of reading a comic. You're engrossed in the story. They tell tales of mutants and things that like try to attach to your inner being, so you could relate to them. Where especially like specifically Nintendo games, they're mostly known for gameplay. That's the just fun of going through and playing the game. So it's going to be a challenge. I think the biggest challenge will be a Metroid game. I think will even be a bigger challenge than Mario.
And they've had many times. This has not happened. This has happened many times where someone has approached Nintendo trying to make a Metroid movie. Like there are people who want to make a Metroid movie.
Brie Larson. Brie Larson wants to be Samus, and she would be perfect.
I feel like Metroid wouldn't be that hard, honestly. It'd be like an action horror.
Here's the problem: is that it would be one character.
Yeah, that's the biggest issue. Is the fact that it's an isolation story.
You don't want to have it be like Other M either, or maybe you do. Not like exactly the same, but you know, Other M, the premise for Other M, that could be a movie. You know, the story for Other M could be a movie, but obviously don't make Samus a whiny little girl. But the premise, where Samus is helping out a Galactic Federation team that she has a history with, right? That, and then there's a traitor amongst them, you know, and they have to explore this space station that's been run down. There's hidden space pirates and stuff like that. That could be it's not too different from what is the concept for Alien, right? Well, not Alien. Which one is it? Which one is it that they're in a space station and there's a group of them and
Alien.
Yeah. So like it, you know.
Yeah, honestly, just in like an action, like real dark action with like horror elements would work really well.
Well, it's like Prince Austin says, they can work around it and make the isolation work. Of course they can, but it's a lot easier to do something where you already have characters you can play off of, because it's it's hard. Like Ryan Reynolds made a movie once where he was literally in a box for 130 minutes. 2 hours in a box. That was the whole entire movie. But they had to work around and do different things to make where he was on the phone with different people. Like you can work around it. It's just a lot more difficult. Whereas like a Mario already has players you can pick from already.
Right.
There's Luigi, there's villains, there's characters all around. Or that's the only game that I'm like, there's not a whole lot of characters you can pull from the
I
Metroid
guess.
universe.
I mean, I've seen lots of movies where people
It's
are
hard
in
in terms of
isolation.
creating characters. That I understand.
I feel like working off the Galactic Federation might be very good. I mean, there's been movies like
What if they make
The Martian.
Samus like Batman? Well, no, hear me out for a second. I don't mean exactly, but I mean in the sense that, like, what if, like, the Metroid movie is kind of like a Batman Begins? You know, in Batman Begins, they show how Batman becomes Batman. They show his childhood.
Right.
They show the trauma, right? They show how he got to grow up. They show how he went to go train in the mountains with ninjas, right? And they show how he became Batman. What if they show how Samus, her parents died, right, as a kid, the whole Ridley murder, right? They show her being taken into custody from the Chozo, right? And you see her raised, you see her train, learn to become one with the power suit. Then they show how she becomes a part of the Galactic Federation, and maybe at that point you have to go into a sequel of how she leaves the Galactic Federation, but maybe that could be a big part of the story.
That sounds awesome.
That would be really good.
You should start writing some scripts, man.
Nintendo.
That sounds awesome.
Metroid Begins.
Yeah, but as I was, I mean, like, I watched a lot of movies where people are in isolation. There's like The Martian. The dude's on Mars. He's alone. You'd have dialogue of people back on Earth, like, trying to save him. But I mean, you could do that for like the Galactic Federation and stuff. Just like maybe she communicates with them, or you kind of see their side of the story that's going on. I mean, I don't think. I mean, she could. There's been a lot of movies where they kind of just are playing off themselves.
Yeah, but also this is it's that with the combination of you have an isolation movie with a character that's not as famous as other Nintendo characters. You know what I'm saying? Like Metroid as a series.
To make the movie sell on a movie, not just a character.
Yeah, Metroid games as a whole haven't been as popular. Like I love Metroid, and I'm sure you guys do too. But as far as sales go, you know, you have to make something that's a broader appeal.
Well, maybe Metroid Prime 4 is going to change that.
Yeah, hopefully.
I mean, they've had new IP. I don't think the IP has anything to do with it because they've made tons of movies.
Well, what I'm saying, the Mario movie and the Pokemon movie are going to sell on name alone, right? The Metroid movie will not. The Metroid movie, that trailer is going to have to sell. Oh, this is like creepy, scary, alien sci-fi movie. Like they have to really sell that.
It's very doable though. It's not like something that I have to like really think about. Like Mario, just trying to think about what he would do and how he would do it. It's just like, I mean, you got to think about that for a long time. Metroid, we've been sitting here for a few minutes. We already come up with tons of ideas that will work.
The thing for Metroid is that it's based off a movie, right? Metroid is based off Alien, so making another. That's the other thing. Like, if they were to make a Metroid movie, would they just straight up create another version of Alien, or would they make it something else? I feel like the cooler thing to do would be to make it something else, but maybe they would just kind of put their own take on Alien, call it Metroid. That would be like I'm just saying that Alien already kind of gives them the model for that kind of movie, because that's what Metroid's based off of. So I don't know.
But it's so much cooler because it's like, it's basically Alien, but with a superpowered chick that can fight back.
Right. And if they throw in that whole premise that I talked about showing the history with the parents and the being trained, like if they kind of mix that in there, it'd be.
There we go. We got a winner. Yeah, you guys have a point. I guess it's not as hard to.
I think it'd be hard to make a Zelda movie.
Nah,
there's tons of lore and stuff.
There's Lord of the Rings. Make it Lord of the Rings.
I guess it's just how do you make it a Zelda movie and like it also be a Zelda movie.
Well, there was a Zelda movie. It's a fan made movie, but it was literally excuse me. It literally took
it was only like 10 minutes, right?
No, this is like a 2-hour movie.
Really?
It's called The Hero of Time. You can look it up on YouTube.
Probably not.
Not so much. I mean, the Link actually doesn't do too bad. He's actually a decent actor, like in the movie. Like really,
live action.
Yeah, it's live action. Ganondorf is not. I'm sorry, but I'm sorry if anybody likes that movie or whatever. But I didn't like Ganondorf and the princess as well. But yeah, it's like an hour and 48-minute movie.
Wow.
I don't know if I want a live action Zelda. Metroid would work live action.
Well, I mean,
Zelda
is it confirmed? I haven't looked it up, but Brandon, you were talking about it at some point. But there is plans for like a Zelda anime too, right?
Netflix.
Or is that it's speculation? It's not. It's
So what happened is the creator of Castlevania on Netflix publicly stated that he was working with a iconic Japanese gaming company to work one of their iconic game franchises into a series. That's almost word for word what he said. And he said he's going to reveal what series it is on the 16th. And then people with supposed inside information said that they found out that it was Zelda.
I mean, it fits the bill. We already know there's a Mario movie in the works. That's confirmed. The Pokemon movie's already in the works. That's confirmed, right? So, what other? In terms of Nintendo, like Zelda is the next pick, right?
Right. And it would work. I think Zelda would work.
But what other Japanese company could it be?
Creator.
I mean, there's actually a whole bunch it could be. They could make a movie about Pac-Man. Would that be disappointing? I think it makes sense. And I mean, I don't think it's Konami, right? Because he just did Castlevania. Right. So it could be Capcom.
He would have said Konami.
Metal Gear Solid.
What?
Metal Gear Solid anime.
Yeah.
That would be kind of cool.
That'd be cool. But I feel like based off that quote, though, well, you didn't say the quote, but they already worked with Konami. Though they made the Castlevania anime, so
I think they would have just said Konami if they were working with them again.
But it could be Capcom. It could be Namco. It could be Square. Right?
So,
and Square actually, they're all of their series are basically all of their games are basically already anime.
Chocobo Dungeon, the anime.
There you go. That's a possibility. I hope that rumor is true. I hope it's Zelda. Like, that would be sick. And maybe we'll see that sooner than the Mario movie.
I think we need that, man. We really do. Like, we need a good Nintendo show or anime. Like, they need to make one already.
Pokemon.
Besides Pokemon.
Although,
Nintendo,
you can make the argument that it's good. Like, it's okay. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not. Depends on the season. But
do you like Sun and Moon?
I'm talking about the anime. Oh yeah, because the anime is also called Sun and Moon. I saw the first couple episodes. I didn't really stick with it. I did see the end of X and Y, the championship fight. That was cool. Ash actually had a kiss. He actually kissed a girl. I mean, they didn't show the kiss. They implied the kiss, but he kissed a girl. Like,
whoa.
Yeah. Oh, well, she kissed him. But he blushed. So that was pretty cool. I was still pissed that Ash lost. Ultimately lost the tournament, but it was still an epic fight.
Nobody was expecting him to win anyways.
Yeah, my favorite actual final arc was the one with the Gen 4 one where Ash fought Paul and he had the Infernape. That was epic. I don't know if you guys have seen that one.
I haven't seen any of them.
No.
You should check that one out. You can check that one out. Check out the Generation 4 season. That one's really good because Paul is like this rival that's way better than Gary, and there's this whole storyline of how Paul released this Chimchar because it wasn't very strong, and then Ash picks him up, and it's not just. I mean, that storyline is basically the same one as Charmander, right? But the difference is that this Chimchar believes they have a good relationship, Chimchar and Ash, and this Chimchar takes it to another level and eventually becomes Ash's strongest Pokemon. But it's not just that, Ash actually trains in this anime. Of course, all the other seasons, he kind of sucks and gets dumb. In this one, he's actually works on learning cool techniques with all his different Pokemon, and he gets really smart and actually comes with really smart battle strategies, and he's always training different Pokemon, and he actually has a strong team at the end. Almost all of his Pokemon are fully evolved. Right? It's not just I'm going to use all these Pokemon that haven't evolved at all, right? And I'm going to pick up this Tauros today, just out of the 70 Tauros that I caught one day, and just, win the tournament with that. This actually has build-up and characters, and that's my favorite season because it actually comes together as a full circle good story with an epic climax. So, but yeah, I'd be real. I think a Zelda anime would be amazing. I think that would fit the series so well.
Yes,
Yeah.
I want it so much.
Which kind of is going to be a good moment to segue into the talk of a new Zelda, but let me just see what some of you guys are saying in the chat before we move on. Let me see. There's a lot to be said. There's been a lot has been said in this chat. There's a lot to get to, but so Status 64, and I'm pretty sure this is in reference to the Mario movie. What if they put in every adventure he's been on over the years? I feel like it'd be cool if they could make a reference to Mario 64, Sunshine, Mario Odyssey. That'd be really cool if they could at least like see moments referencing that, like New Donk. What if New Donk City's in the Mario movie, right? Like that'd be amazing. I love that. What if the movie was literally just a retelling of Mario Sunshine?
No, God.
No.
Okay.
No.
Only me. Only me. You already got the characters. Like, I mean, whatever. Oh well. Oh well. I guess I'll just play Mario Sunshine. Prince Awesome is saying, I don't think they're gonna try to mimic the game's formula or story that has been proven that it wouldn't work. They'll probably just make it an FR movie, and it will probably be like Wreck-It Ralph. You know, I haven't seen Wreck-It Ralph. Not sure.
You've never seen it?
Wow.
It's
No.
good.
No, is it?
It's really good. It's
Okay.
it's a really good
I
movie.
guess I should go watch it.
Oh, and that's one thing I was gonna just mention. Illumination movies, like, I will agree that they're not bad. I will agree that Despicable Me, at least the third and second one, they're not great movies, man. But like they do make decent movies. Like that movie Sing, Life of Pets. They're decent movies. They're quality movies. So I agree with Brandon. Like it's a good studio. People are always I don't agree. I don't understand either why people always like to crap on them. Just because they made Minions. Like, yes, they're annoying, but
I think Nintendo went with Illumination because they were cheaper than Pixar.
Probably.
Also,
I don't know why people
why,
hate their
though?
minions.
Huh?
I don't understand cheaper because they would make more money if it was better quality.
Well,
movie.
I think the goal is to make the movie feel as good as quality with a smaller budget.
Well, also Illumination is owned by Universal, and they're making the
Right,
parks
and
there
Pixar is
too,
owned by
so-
Disney, right? So like that thing, Nintendo's going with Universal here and
Yeah.
not Disney, you know. So I think that's the whole thing here.
Probably because Disney would just. Disney's very picky. They probably wouldn't. I
they
think
probably
Nintendo
want to
really
try and get
wants
rights to to Nintendo stuff. Like
Well,
think
there's also
Nintendo-
like there's not space for Mario in a Disney universe. There's already one iconic good guy, like pure person, and that's Mickey Mouse, right? So like, who on Universal? Who is it? There's nobody like that.
You know,
so it
it's-
only makes sense that he's a part of that universe.
Don't you think it's weird they don't really make any Disney movies, like any Mickey Mouse movies? Like, I feel like they could. They don't.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I make his Mickey Mouse treehouse. I don't even think that's still going. Oof,
I don't
Mickey
even know
Mouse,
what that
what's
is.
happening?
No, it's called the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse now.
Yeah, that
They
thing.
they did make the epic Mickey games. Those are interesting. Those are
So
actually
I
good
heard
video
the
games.
first one was
Yeah.
good and the second one was garbage.
Well, I want to play the first one a little bit, but I thought it was really cool.
That was old though. That was back on the Wii.
Yeah.
so-
It's all relative.
I'm just saying they haven't done anything in a while.
Let me see.
True, and Mario's not going to be in Wreck-It Ralph 2 because of dumbness. I don't know.
Yeah.
Even though the creator literally said if we ever make a second Wreck-It Ralph movie, Mario's going to be in it. And now
Yeah, and he's not.
Mm.
Sonic's in it though.
How are you going to promise that? Not keep. Not
Yeah,
do it.
promises are always broken. Prince also said this. So yeah, those things can be amazing, but will a big company with a huge budget do that or ruin it like Ready Player One? I think if the reason why we haven't seen, for example, like a Metroid movie and stuff, right, is because pitches haven't made and Nintendo's like, nope, that's not gonna work, right? So I think now Nintendo's very selective about when they actually do a movie. So if we see a movie confirmed by Nintendo, it's because it's been through a rigorous process. Like, pitches for movies come all the time, right? it's very rare that it actually happens, right? But now Nintendo has this renewed focus. Like, they have this plan, right? They understand why. The reason they stopped making movies is because they sucked. That's why they didn't make movies for over a decade. They sucked. The Mario movie, the Zelda series, like, those are all terrible. That's why they don't do them, or they didn't do them until now. So, you know, if this Detective Pikachu movie is anything to go by, I think Nintendo is careful. They're making smart decisions. I mean, just look at how Shigeru Miyamoto is working closely with this team, and they're making sure to at least not make the same mistakes they made in the past, right? So at least whatever movie they make is going to be sticking to the source material. It's going to actually appeal to the fans of the series. They're not going to cry foul. That's a big problem with a lot of movies that are adaptations for different series. A lot of the times they never really stick to the source material. Like, I remember when did you guys ever read Aragon, the book?
Yes, and I saw the movie.
It didn't stick to the source material at all. All the characters did not match how they look, even
What a bad movie, though.
It was okay.
It's an okay movie, but
I had to suspend my disbelief very often with a lot of different aspects of the movie. Like, it wasn't even just suspending disbelief. It was like, oh, I have to change my headcanon for this. I have to change my headcanon for that.
Right. I watched the movie first, so I just thought it was a cool movie. It's like, oh, this is a pretty neat movie. But then I read the book, and I was like, oh, the book's so much better.
Yeah. So
Percy Jackson movie is awful. That's a movie and for the book. You ever read Percy Jackson?
I'm trying to think if I've ever read any of them.
There's
a whole
okay.
series.
I thought it was
No.
alright.
No?
Garbage.
I didn't read the book. That's it. The book's always better, man. Jurassic Park is a way better book than the movie.
I didn't even know it was a book.
I'm talking like literally nothing about the movie is in the book. There's
that sucks.
giant, like, major characters aren't in it. Like, the plot isn't the same at all. Like, the basic plot kind of is, but anything that actually happens isn't in it. Nothing that actually happens in the book is there. The basic plot that you're trying to steal back with the Thunderbolt is there. That's literally the only thing that's the same. Yeah. And even as a movie on its own isn't good. Also, the second movie is like 5 of the books in one, but like took like random ideas from 5 books and shoved them all in one movie and just like threw it out there. It was weird. It was so weird. They're not even good movies. Even on their own, they're not fun to watch.
Yeah, I think, at least with books, right, like, it's already a story, right? It already has an arc, like, and there's already characters. Like, for books, adapting books is a lot easier to adapt into movies than it is for games, because games aren't designed to have, usually, like, a full-on story like that. But, just to kind of bring things back, I think, for Nintendo... Well, we haven't seen how they're going to carry out the story for Detective Pikachu, right? And we have no idea how they're going to handle Mario, or the Zelda anime. But
if it's a thing,
it's not confirmed yet. But I'm at least confident that it's going to be way better than whatever we got back, back with those other things that we shall not mention again. Yeah, do you guys have any concerns though? Do you guys think they could still be just as bad, or do you think all these adaptations are going to be good?
My only concern about Mario is that it's going to be like plain Jane, like surface level. They're going to be in the Mushroom Kingdom and they're going to go to Bowser's Castle. Maybe they'll hit like the Ice World along the way or something. It's going to be like super basic. That's my only fear, especially like how Miyamoto's been kind of doing weird stuff with Mario lately, so hopefully he doesn't do that.
Okay. Yeah. So, you guys have any final thoughts? Blah, blah, blah. I think we're pretty much near the end of the discussion now. I guess we have one more topic. So, if you guys have any final things you want us to talk about, we can talk about. But Andy, is there anything you want to add in reference to like these Nintendo movies before we move on to talking a little bit about a new Zelda, and then we'll call it a night?
No, I think we've covered it pretty well.
Okay. All right. So, the reason we're even talking about a new Zelda is basically there have been some job listings that have come out for the next Zelda game, which to me personally is kind of non-news, but it's become news because we reported. Everyone kind of makes news out of everything now. So I'm not gonna. If you guys want, I'll read the job descriptions, but I don't even feel like it's necessary. Yeah, I'm not. Do you guys want me to read it? Do you think? I feel like it's not really important. Nintendo's gonna hire people. Like
from what I remember, it's just basic like make dungeons, design levels, do graphics. Like it's.
But on that note, though, where do you think they could take the next Zelda? Like, do you think it's gonna be on the Nintendo Switch? When do you think it's gonna come out? Is it going to be open world? Or what direction do you see them taking the next 3D Zelda? Because there may be a 2D Zelda or a multiplayer Zelda coming out before then, but in terms of the next big 3D Zelda, what's next?
I think they're going to build upon the Breath of the Wild engine. They're going to use the same engine, because there's no way they're going to make a brand new engine after it took them that long to make Breath of the Wild's engine. They're just not. They're going to use the same engine. They're going to modify it to where it runs better on the Switch. They might, rebuild sections of it to work better, something like that. I mean, they could use a new engine based on Breath of the Wild just because the Wii U engines don't work too well with the Switch. But it's going to be based off of that Breath of the Wild engine at least. It's going to, kind of be the same thing. It's going to be more fleshed out world, maybe like more towns and stuff. But I think it's going to go with the same kind of general gameplay of Breath of the Wild. Maybe they'll add some more stuff, maybe like underwater or something like that to change it up, but it's not going to be like completely just ridiculously different than Breath of the Wild. I think they have something going there. They're just going to build on it, make it better, probably add a lot of different effects and different things to the Breath of the Wild engine just to make it look better graphically. But overall, it's just going to be like not necessarily Breath of the Wild 2, because I don't know if they'll just follow up the story, but it's going to be in the same vein as Breath of the Wild, I think. Kind of like maybe a Majora's Mask to Ocarina of Time.
Okay. What do you think, Andy?
Yeah, I think similarly. The only thing is, like, I wouldn't mind if they just held off on it, like, and just focused, and maybe 5 years later we get another Zelda. I wouldn't mind, because honestly, Breath of the Wild is such an amazing triumph of a game that I just don't think I don't feel the need of having something else so soon. Like I mean, it's great if it does. If it does come, it's amazing. Like I'd be all hyped for it. But I wouldn't mind if they just wait until the next Switch iteration or the following console, and that way they could use it's also the new graphics, the graphical power to bring us some another new level of deftness in a world, that we did in Breath of the Wild that they couldn't do before because we never had that kind of power in a Nintendo system before now.
Right.
Well, I think we're gonna see another Zelda on Switch. But I understand your point, Andy. I feel like Breath of the Wild is still pretty fresh, and I don't need another Zelda next year. I'm not going to get another Zelda next year. I'm going to get Metroid Prime 4 and Pokemon. That's going to be fine, and Fire Emblem, and Luigi's Mansion, and Animal Crossing, and probably a few other really good games. So, like, for me, it's just kind of like, there's games. As long as there's games to play, I don't need to, like, wait for Zelda. It's not like, oh, the only game I'm going to play is Zelda. Like, there's tons of great games to play every year. So if it takes another 3-4 years for another Zelda, okay. But I do think it'll probably, I think they're going to reuse the Breath of the Wild engine. I think they're going to expand upon it, and it's going to be interesting. I don't know if they're just going to be like do it in Hyrule again though, because like, how do you rebuild Hyrule again after Breath of the Wild? Like I feel like they have to kind of do something different. Like Skyward Sword, for example, you were in the sky, right? Pieces of Hyrule were in the sky, and the Hyrule you went down to was completely pre-Hyrule. Like, no towns have been built or anything like that. And then before that, it was Twilight Princess, right? So that was like Hyrule's. But that was, I mean, we're already talking about over 10 years ago, So that's I think it's a healthy amount of time, but like, I'm just saying, but
Before that,
Twilight,
you had Wind Waker,
was
where everything was flooded.
everything was flooded, exactly. So, and then before that was Majora's Mask, which was in Termina, not Hyrule. So, I'm just saying that I can see, even if it is technically Hyrule, there's going to be something about it that's going to be drastically different. Like, they can't just go back to Hyrule again and tell a different story without changing it dramatically,
Right.
I think.
I kind of... Oh, go on.
Sorry. Oh, I was gonna say, like, they could add a couple of ideas that they scrapped from the beginning, like the whole, we've all
UFOs.
seen the little small, the UFOs.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking. In the small village, like,
The
what if
Minish,
this is, what if this is more like a sci-fi tale, more
Right.
like what I think they were,
What if it was
like,
steampunk?
oh, that would be awesome. Yeah, but they could do that, and that would be like, maybe make it in space, make it like a really sci-fi like Zelda. That would be just a completely different, like,
Right.
like Super Mario Galaxy, but Zelda, and it's in space. Like,
What
I don't
I'm
even
hoping
know how. Like, that's crazy.
for-
Like, it's not
Yeah.
crazy like it won't happen. Like, it's crazy.
Mhm.
It's so crazy they just might do it. Like, it'll
Right.
be one of those, like, Nintendo things. Like, how could you do, like, people are like, what? Like, this is not Zelda. Like, but Nintendo's gonna be like, nope, it's still a Zelda. Trust me, play it. You'll see. Like, it's an interesting idea. Like, imagine, like, every planet is like a dungeon, right? And then space is like the new Hyrule field. Like, how would you? I don't even know. I wonder if they wouldn't do that simply just because, like, Metroid might be kind of like that,
yeah.
So,
But I don't know, man. That's why people, like, I don't know, because Metroid is about isolation, man. Metroid's about feeling alone, not having openness, not being like,
Right.
not an open air. It's the opposite of open air.
Right.
Which, I mean, they could. It doesn't matter. They could decide, hey, Metroid's going in a different direction, But as far as up till now, it's always been about that.
Mhm.
I'll tell you this: the next Zelda, I'm not sure where it's gonna take place. I don't know. I feel like there's so many different things they could do. It's so hard for me to really say what they're gonna do. I just feel like it's gonna be dramatically different. But, like, it's gonna be more story driven. It's gonna have a stronger, more consistent story. I feel like there's a good story inside Breath of the Wild, but it's segmented and it'll happen in the past. Right? I think they're gonna still have an open world, but it's gonna have a much more well thought out, paced story. I think they're expanding upon the end. I think they're really gonna go to town with that open air idea, though. Like, maybe in this game you can go underground, you can go underwater, you can fly, right? Like, what if you can ride a dragon? Like, imagine that. Like, come on, man. I'm not the only one who wished they could find a way to get on top of one of those three, like, god dragons. Like, I kept on trying to find a way to get on them, and they would just knock you back, right? Or, like, when they would fly up into the portals, like, I've tried to get in there with them, like...
I actually thought, I don't know if you remember, we talked about that. Like, I thought before that game came out, because the same people that helped with Xenoblade, or that made Xenoblade Chronicles X, helped with the world of Breath of the Wild, I was almost positive that you would eventually get some kind of machine where you can, or some way, not just machine, but some dragon, some, something where you can fly around the whole world, but I mean, you kind of have your flyer, you kind of do that in some way, but it's not the same.
Yeah, it's not the same, but, like, the space is there. Like, if you can find a way to access it, you can get really high up. There are some people who have found ways to do it. Like, you can get the metal boxes and use stasis to, like, trick it, and you can basically use it as an elevator. You can get, like, 100 balloons and then use that on a raft to get as high as you can. Like, there are ways to get up there and kind of move around up there, but it's, like, some crazy shit that's, like, taking advantage of the physics engine and doing, like, taking it to another level. But it's all, like, there, and you can manipulate with it. Like, even the higher you go, the colder it gets. Like, it all makes sense. Like, it's just crazy because the physics engine in Breath of the Wild is so realistic. Like, it's like you're actually in a real world. Like a real fantasy world. It's like that giant little area.
Yeah, I compare that to something like Destiny 2, which maybe it's not obviously not as iconic, but I think they might have even put more money than they did with Zelda Breath of the Wild into Destiny 2. And dude, it's kind of annoying when you literally go up 20 feet from the ground. You're trying to jump up some rocks because you're just trying to fool around, and you're stopped by like some barrier just because you just can't go higher than 20 feet. I hate when games do that. And Breath of the Wild is the opposite. Like you could go anywhere, just do whatever you want. Like
yeah, the only thing that stops you is like when you go to the ocean, you try to swim as far as you can. Eventually, there's like this ominous air that pushes you back. And then the other side is just a cliff. Like have you ever tried going beyond Hyrule?
Yeah. You try to like go as far as you can, but it's way too far.
Well, I've what I've done is I go to Heber Mountain, the snow mountain. I go to the highest mountain, Heber Mountain. I do Rivali's Gale, and then I just soar for like 2 or 3 minutes straight into the beyond. And you can actually get to the cliff, but you just go through it, and then you fall to your death.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, but you can go really far before it's like, forces you to die. And there are some crazy stuff. Like, I've seen some people... and it's not cheating, right? There's no codes. Like it's like you can do it with your game if you do the right moves. But like there are some people that can glitch through walls and stuff. So like if you do the master trials, right? And you go into to power up the master sword, and if you go in there, you can actually clip through the wall of one of the rooms, and if you do that, you actually end up in this giant space that has all of the rooms in these giant, different, huge cubes. And there's just this huge expanse. And you can explore this huge expanse, and there's some parts that have like hidden lakes or underground lakes or just weird like fire. It's like basically they use this giant space. It's like another giant Hyrule field to test out different things in the game.
Wow,
but within that field, you have each room for the master trial. Yeah, there's videos on it. There's what's his name? I'm trying to remember
Boundary
his name.
Break.
Huh?
Person who does Boundary Break.
No, it's not him. It's this guy who blew up when Breath of the Wild came out. Linksy or Medi.
Wouldn't that be awesome if like they did like DLC for it and like an area where before if you tried to fly through it or go to it you couldn't, but now you can reach there, and like you go over a mountain, it's like this whole entire like other world opens up.
I've been dreamed of that actually, because like one, you have like the islands that you can see in the background in the ocean. So my theory is this: so it's Zelda 2, right? The map in Zelda 2. I'm talking about the NES Zelda 2, right? The map for NES Zelda 2 actually has the map for the original Hyrule inside of it, but it's just like a small piece of the entire map. It's like just in the bottom left corner of the map. It's like
Link to the Past also has the whole Death Mountain from the first game in it. Like it's basically the whole map in just the Death Mountain part of Link to the Past,
which is really interesting.
Yeah.
So
Twilight Princess is pretty much in Breath of the Wild.
So, but here's a crazy idea for you. So what if the entire expanse of the current Hyrule, that's just basically like one quadrant of Hyrule, right? Because the Zelda 2 map, there's like this whole... And if you look, it makes sense because it actually matches up. Because in the Zelda 2 map, there's ocean to the right, to the right side, right? So in Hyrule, there's ocean to the right side, right? And there's islands on the side. But if you look towards the north, all you see is green expanse and mountains in the background. Beyond there's other towns, there's another land. Like, that's, like, greater Hyrule. Like, what if you could, like you said, Andy, what if they add an expansion where you can go there, right? Or you can surf to the other islands and explore the rest of Hyrule. I'm just saying, like, technically, the map in Zelda 2 is really big. It just kind of, the Hyrule we know is just in one part.
Would you rather a DLC now, like in a year or two, and then wait 5 years for a brand new Zelda, or would you rather have a like reskin of Breath of the Wild in like 3 years or whatever?
A reskin or like a
Majora's
Mask?
Yeah, like a Majora's Mask.
Will it be still like a 100 to 200 hour adventure?
Yeah. but that wouldn't be
Also,
so.
how about the DLC? Is the DLC gonna be like the DLC we got for the initial
No,
DLC,
it would be
or
like
would it be much
it
bigger?
would be like yes, like substantial amount of DLC,
If the
like a 50-hour adventure or whatever, you know.
I'll say this, like, for example, if it's like as expansive as Torn of the Golden Country, and I would have to wait another 5 years, I'd rather just wait 3 years for another Zelda game instead. I wouldn't want to settle for like a Torn of the Golden Country DLC to hold me over for another 5 years. I'd rather get like a Majora's Mask situation. But if it was bigger than that, you know, like if they made this like a serious expansion, you know, that did add like, I put in almost 300 hours in Breath of the Wild. So if this game gave me like 100 hours, I'd be okay with that.
Yeah, same. I got like 310 or something like that.
Yeah, that'd be really cool.
Hit 200 yet.
So that'd be interesting. Like if
I would play more if my stupid nub, this nub right here, is like drifts.
Mine too.
I fixed this one. I actually replaced it. It's $20 to fix it. Like
With
I had
Nintendo?
to order. No, I had to order this stick and open it up, and I was so nervous that I
Okay.
didn't want to break the
Oh
Joy-Con.
my god.
I don't want to do it again because it was nerve-wracking taking all the little parts out, but I have to do it for this one. I can only play 2D games on handheld. I can't play 3D games.
Oh, I still do. I guess the drifting only happens a little bit sometimes for me. It's not extreme, but sometimes it does cause me some issues. Like I fell off a bridge in Dark Souls because my camera was moving a little bit, and because I'm one of those people.
That's
who,
no good in a game like Dark Souls, man. You gotta gotta be pinpoint perfect.
It's not that I'm playing through it. I'm doing fine, but it's something I do want to fix eventually. I'd be okay with an expansion though, to kind of bring things back. I'd be okay with a big expansion if it was like a 100-hour adventure, and like what they could do, right, is like if you pay attention to the end of Breath of the Wild, their goal is to restore Hyrule, right? So what if the expansion, it's about, okay, you actually can help rebuild Hyrule. All the areas that are in ruins, your goal is to eventually get that to be a whole area. Like, restore Hyrule, like, actually create towns with NPCs.
Giant Terry Town side quest.
That's cool.
Well, there would actually be, not just, that if it was just that, that'd be disappointing. Because then it'd just be like, oh, let's just build towns. Like, no, there would be, like, an ancient evil, and maybe, like, they would expand the map. Like, you can go beyond in all the 4 different directions a little bit, too. Because it's, like, Greater Hyrule, maybe your goal is to bring in more people. Right, but within that, there's like ancient evil, and you have to go to some ancient other dungeons, and actually go to the dungeons. Actually, they could actually reveal where all the temples are, right? Because there are supposed to be temples. There's like 9 temples, right? If you look through the history, there's a water temple, fire temple, forest temple, light temple, shadow temple, spirit temple. But there's also an earth and wind temple, right? From Wind Waker, right? Those exist too. You just don't see them in Ocarina of Time, but they also exist. So that's 8 temples that do exist within the lore for Hyrule. So if Nintendo were to do that, they could be like, oh, there's actually 8 temples somewhere within Hyrule, and maybe that would somehow play into this ancient evil that you have to help quell as you're restoring the land. Like, that would... there's so much you could do with that. That's...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you guys touch on it? I feel like you did. The underwater stuff.
Yeah, I mentioned
You guys
it.
talk about it? Yeah, like to me, that's if they just add underwater stuff, man, that would be so amazing. Like, cause it looks so nice from the outside
Right.
looking in. You're like, oh, that looks so awesome. I wish I could jump down there, like go down
Yeah.
there.
And the thing is,
Proper
like,
more stealth
their
than
items can
too.
go down there. You can interact with items down underwater. You just can't swim down there, right?
Yeah.
So it's like already semi-programmed. They just don't give you the ability to go underwater. They should totally add that.
Would it be awesome if they did? Like, oh hey, with this update, like you could just go underwater now, like, and you could explore down there.
It would be crazy if you could do that and you could find a whole other area for the Zoras. Like, you just couldn't,
yeah.
you couldn't find it because you were actually just in the top part of Zora, and actually, as it turns out, like, it's a whole like
Atlantis.
metropolis or something. Yeah, yeah,
That was so cool.
that'd be amazing. And then they do the same thing, but for the Gorons, except it's lava, so you have to get like a special lava suit, and then you can swim under lava.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Something
there's a
I
lot
really
of-
want for the next Zelda game is for them to make more interesting towns, like crazy fantasy stuff. Like if you go and you look at like the kind of, what's it called, when they were thinking of the game and they were making like prototypes of what the cities would look like, some of the cities are actually way cooler than they are in the actual game. Like Gerudo Desert is actually a giant floating island that
That's
has
insane.
it's like really cool. So there's like different like fantasy stuff that they could do, like make some like crazy places that you can discover. That would be, because I went to like Zora's Domain in Breath of the Wild, and I was like, this place is so cool. It was like the coolest town ever. And then I went and like the other ones, I was like, oh, these are kind of like just normal. They're not that interesting. So like bigger towns, maybe some like crazy fantasy ones that are like floating or something. Like make them interesting.
I would love that. I think that'd be fantastic. That's the thing. Like, I kind of feel bad because sometimes I'm like, oh, I always want more. Like, oh, like Breath of the Wild's amazing, but I wish there was all these towns, right? Like, there's so much going on in the towns. I wish there were temples. Like it'd be great if they could somehow put all that in there and just make these massive areas. Like that'd be crazy. Like, for example, they teased us with a true castle town, like a huge castle town, right? Because like it's all modeled out, right, in the cutscenes. You can't explore it though, right? It's all in the past. It's all destroyed. Like I would have loved it to have been able to explore a real full-on castle town. You know, at least you can fully explore the castle. That's cool.
Right.
So I would love that. If they were to do that, it'd just be amazing. Like you can even find the ruins for like Lon Lon Ranch.
Yeah, I thought that was really cool.
Yeah. But I think the thing to me is about when you explore Breath of the Wild, you find all these ruins for all these different smaller towns and temples and dungeons and just ruins everywhere, and you're just like, man, how cool would it have been to have been in the Hyrule where all of this was still there? You know?
Right.
Like the world of Hyrule would be so big, there'd be so many different towns and temples. Like it's like, you know, the ideal like medieval world. Like I guess it's kind of like an Elder Scrolls in the sense, but except everything's destroyed in it. So I wish you could see that. I want to see that. So maybe the next game is using the same map of Hyrule, but they just change it so much where all of the ruins are restored. Like maybe go back in time, or maybe it is about building it all back up again.
I think that's part of what makes it special, though, is thinking about
Right.
barren
Yeah.
world where just wondering about what could have been. You know, I think
Absolutely.
that's what part of it all. Like that's a tale that they tried to weave through the gameplay, through the world, through everything. The music is kind of like a sad, like reflection on what could have been or whatever. But that doesn't mean like you said, that doesn't mean we can't have it like in a future game, you know. But I think that if they were to just take the map of Breath of the Wild and just just have you do that, like rebuild it, it would also kind of take away from those feelings that game gives you.
Yeah.
Like, but that doesn't mean like I said, they can't do it with a different like what is it, Ternia or whatever, like
Termina.
another Termina, like they can't do it with a different world, you know.
Right.
Or
Yeah.
the other, or like I keep saying, that Zelda 2 map, you just go to the other parts of Hyrule. There's so much there. That would basically just be creating another land, you know. But they could do so much. It'd be so cool. Man, it'd be really cool though if they did do an expansion and like they just multiplied the world of Hyrule by like 4. That's just impossible to imagine.
It's so
God.
huge. My God.
It's impossible because of how big that would be, but it'd be crazy.
Even if they were to multiply it by 2, that would still make it so.
It's insane. It's already insane how big it is. It's
Mhm.
huge as hell. And it's not just that it's huge, that there's a lot in it. I think that's another thing they could do. Like, while there is a lot in the current Breath of the Wild, they can make it so much more dense. You know, because a lot of it is ruined and it's destroyed. Like, imagine the one that isn't, like, where there's so much in there. They can really make it dense. I would love that. And also,
kind of think that's more DLC territory. I kind of think they kind of I think they kind of it's not gonna happen just because.
Well, I'm not saying this current. I'm not saying create this Hyrule, exact same Hyrule, but I just mean one that's more dense.
Right.
You know, like Majora's Mask is pretty dense compared to Ocarina of Time. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's now the map is not as big, but it's kind of condensed down, and what's within it's very deep. So you know that I think is possible. Would like to see something like that. So yeah. Is there anything else you guys want to add in terms of this, or should we?
This just final note is like, since I think they're gonna use like mostly the same engine or like a modified version to work better with the Switch and stuff, I don't think it will take as long. I think they could make a game the same scale as Breath of the Wild, which took 5-6 years I think for Breath of the Wild. I think you can make it in a lot less time.
You can make it in 3 years.
4 years.
If you use the same engine and you. Well, the reason it took so long was strictly because of the physics engine. I think that itself took them 3 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So so that means it's been a year and a half already. So is it too crazy to say like a year and a half from now we could be playing a new Breath of the Wild or a new Zelda game?
I don't think it's too crazy to say that we could see something. I think maybe 2020 or 2021. I think maybe they might unveil it 2020 and release it 2021. That's possible.
Because if you think about it, look, every major game that we know about in the Switch is probably going to be out in the next year and a half. What's the one that the biggest one is probably Metroid Prime 4? That's more than if they announced it last year.
2017. Like I find it hard to believe that it's going to come out in 2020.
Yeah, the big Pokemon's going to be out next year. What else? Animal Crossing is going to be out next year. It's already been a Mario game. So what's 2 years from now, a year and a half from now? What are we gonna?
Well, I mean, let's say it comes out Christmas 2020. That's actually 3.5 years after Breath of the Wild.
Mm-hmm. I think that's enough time, actually.
It's more than 3.5 years. It's 3 years and 9 months to be
right.
more proper, right? And technically, Breath of the Wild might have been able to come out holiday 2016, and they delayed it for. I think they said they delayed the Switch for certain games. I don't know, but Breath of the Wild was really close to coming out holiday 2016. You know what I mean? In which case, it's 4 years.
They had to work on porting it over to the Switch too.
Yeah.
So that adds time.
True.
Yeah, and although at the same time they did use development resources working on the DLC, but of course that's not the whole team. That's just part of the team. So, but I feel like that is something you may want to take a little bit into consideration. But I think holiday 2020 isn't crazy, but I'm thinking 2021 is a safe bet, but 2020 it's not out of the realm of possibility.
I think we'll see it in 2020 at least.
Yes, I agree. I think we'll at least we'll see it by 2020. Man, what if they pull a fast one on us and they don't even reveal it till 2020, but it also comes out in 2020?
They could definitely do that.
Insane.
By that time, dude, I think by that time the Switch's user base would be like what, 50 million?
Right.
I would say more. I would say the low end would be 50 million. Because after these holidays, I think it's gonna be
at 30.
It'll definitely be at 30, maybe like close to 32, 33. By the end of next year, it'll probably be like
next year is gonna sell
50.
so many Switches.
I think it's the third year in a console's life cycle where they make that big jump. That's where they make the big leap. It's totally possible. It makes sense. And I think there's actually, now when I think about it, I think there's a high likelihood that whenever we see Zelda, it'll be revealed and come out all in the same year. Basically, just like Smash Ultimate.
Yeah, because that's what I was gonna say. Because
and Mario Odyssey too.
Yeah, because at that point they wouldn't need to worry so much about
keeping us excited.
Yeah, they could just be like,
they have games.
We have
already.
a lot of people now. Hey, here's a game. Bam, go buy it, and they're gonna, it's gonna sell millions instantly because it's already like such a high user base.
I think they might tease it a year before.
Well, I'm just my point is that back with older Nintendo, they kind of had to reveal things earlier because then they had nothing to show or talk about or for people to play. Like on the Wii U, like if they didn't show Zelda U, there would literally be nothing to be excited about.
Right.
So, they probably felt they had to play their hand a lot sooner. With the Switch, they have that luxury where they can just kind of control when they show off and reveal things. Like, for example, they didn't reveal Smash Ultimate until a few months ago, right? And it's coming out in less than a month. So, they can hold. Same thing with Mario Odyssey. They didn't reveal Mario Odyssey when it was shown off and then revealed, and it was all within a year. So,
yeah, it could happen.
It would be a breath of fresh air to see a Zelda game revealed and then to come out all within the same year with no delays. Because let's be frank, the last three Zeldas have all Twilight Princess, Skyward Sword, and Breath of the Wild were revealed and then took years for it to come out. Hope it doesn't happen again with this one. I hope that when we do finally see it, it's just like, oh, this is actually almost ready this time. Don't worry.
I do want a good hype cycle, though.
Yeah.
I want a good hype cycle.
Like a long hype cycle?
Not a long one, but like maybe a year.
I think all that's out the window now, man. I really do. Like, I used to think that too, but like everything. I mean, like when it comes, not just video games, but like movies too. Look at Avengers. We haven't even had a trailer for Avengers 4 yet. It's now going to be almost 6 months away.
I think that's better. Because I think in this day and age, right, people have shorter attention spans, right?
Yeah.
To keep people more interested, it's better to show something off when it's not too far off from actually being released.
Yeah, and social media makes it so like if something comes out, you're gonna find out about it. Whereas before, if there's a movie trailer, hey, have you seen the movie trailer? No, I haven't been to the movies yet. You need to give people time to be able to go see your stuff. Have you seen that thing on the TV yet? No, I haven't seen it in the TV yet. But now it's like, oh, there's a new trailer. Bam, everybody knows about it. Social media.
Yeah, it's different now. It's different. We're on a faster time frame now. That's just how it is.
I like this kind of hype cycles.
You still get it. It's just condensed. It's condensed
for me. I would like.
I mean, I feel like we've talked Smash to death, right? And it's been a much shorter hype cycle for Smash Brothers. So
true, but I mean, Smash is not a brand new Zelda game, so.
Brandon, don't worry. The moment they confirm anything tangible about Zelda, I will have 2 Zelda theories coming out every week.
I do. It'd be what about Zelda? That's what my channel would be. That's all it is.
The Zelda theory channel.
But yeah, I want at least like 9 months, maybe like the same as the Smash. The Smash hype cycle's long enough. I think that's good. Like if they release a trailer, like a teaser trailer for Zelda, like early in the year, they reveal it all at E3.
Like the big direct, like the early year big direct is where they are like, oh, one more thing.
I'll be good with that. I just don't want them to be just like, we come out of nowhere at E3, a brand new Zelda gets announced and then
comes out 4 months later.
And then I'm just like, what just happened?
That'd be crazy.
I want a little longer. I want to know about it.
The other thing is I feel like E3 makes... I think what they'll do is they tease it early, reveal it at E3, and then it comes out the year. That's what they do with Smash Ultimate. They just had a teaser, right? A teaser, and then they reveal what it actually looks like, how it plays at E3, and then it comes out a few months later. I think that's how it's going to be handled. That's probably the formula for, like... It's probably going to get to the point where we're going to expect a big game reveal every year. Well, I think Metroid Prime 4 is going to be revealed at the Game Awards, actually. Maybe I'm wrong. We'll find out.
Who knows?
Actually, I don't think I've asked you about that, Andy. How do you feel about that? Do you think Metroid Prime 4 is going to be at the Game Awards?
Yeah, I think so. I think the whole thing with him wearing a Metroid shirt underneath.
They have to know. There's so much history. They got so much flack for that from the.
Yeah, they can't do that again because people will actually legitimately be pissed off. I think I will be kind of pissed off.
I'd be pissed off too.
Yeah,
that would show how unaware they are.
It's not a cool thing. Yeah, it's not cool. It's not cool.
And if they did it on purpose, then that's just mean. Yeah, it's mean spirited.
Yeah, it's not cool. I think we're gonna see something definitely.
Yeah. It's also possible though that maybe they want to, but then you know how development is. It's fluid. Something comes up and they have to delay the reveal. So sometimes maybe they want to show it off and they don't. Like, well, here's a weird idea. And I don't think it happened, but like, what if during that the Game Awards back in 2014 when they showed off Cranky Kong and Reggie had the Metroid pin. What if the reason they did that is because Retro was working on a Metroid project, but they had to can it, and they just showed off Cranky Kong instead, and that was like their backup plan. And I mean, if you think about it, right, like Retro Studios has barely come up with games lately, right? Like, what if they've obviously had several projects that have been taking way too long.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's Retro because Dr. Trey says that it's not.
Well, it's confirmed already.
So,
yeah, it's not Retro Studios.
Yeah,
I believe. No, I think it's you know what's his name?
Dr. Trey.
No. The creator for the Prime series, the Tanabe.
Oh.
Tanabe, the producer for the Prime series, he's working on it. I believe he has people from his own from Nintendo, and they're working with Bandai Namco. It's all but confirmed because even Eurogamer reported it, right? You know how Eurogamer is. Like, if they report it, it's basically like, for example, the New York Times reported that there's a Nintendo Switch coming out next year. It's not confirmed, but it's coming from a reputable source.
They got that from, right?
What?
You know where they got their report from?
Who?
Dr. Trey. They got the report from Dr. Trey.
Which one?
The one from Eurogamer, the one that said that the Bandai Namco is working.
Oh, if I remember correctly, what they were doing was confirming that they also had their own inside sources that said that Bandai Namco was helping out, and they were just backing up his claim. We could double check right now though to be sure.
I remember like I think I was one of the persons that pointed out to the girl from or whoever handles their Twitter, if I'm not mistaken, and they were like, correction, it's been fixed now, like that reports or whatever.
Okay, well, so it says the article here. Let's check it out. February 2018. The Eurogamer. Yes, Bandai Namco is working on Metroid Prime 4. Okay, so inner rumors this week pegged Bandai Namco as being the mystery studio behind Metroid Prime 4, something multiple sources have now confirmed to Eurogamer as being accurate. So multiple sources.
This is newer. Hold on, this is a newer one.
Okay.
It's a lot newer.
Okay. Specifically, the highly anticipated Switch exclusive is being developed by Bandai Namco Studios Singapore, which we understand is a lead studio on the game in collaboration with Nintendo. This studio houses some former, like they house some of the former LucasArts Singapore staff who worked on the Castle Star Wars 1313. But there was an update. The update says, since publication, I've heard Bandai Namco's Japan studios also working on the project with the intention it will now take the lead on its development while Singapore moves to focus on another Switch game. Interesting. So yeah, I mean, I believe Bandai Namco's helping out. They helped out with Smash Brothers. Like this is not really. There's nothing crazy about the idea of Bandai Namco helping Nintendo to make Metroid Prime 4.
Oh yeah.
And I mean I feel like some people get concerned about that because like, oh, if Bandai Namco's doing it, won't feel quite like Metroid. You have the prime producer working on it, and if the prime producer is at the head, he's the creative guy. He's the one that controls the direction. So it's going to have the Metroid direction. Bandai Namco is just kind of doing like the hard labor, the legwork. So I'm not really like concerned about that.
Yeah.
So we're going to see Metroid Prime soon, man. I can't wait. Even if it's not in the Game Awards, it's going to be, really soon. But I think a lot of people believe Metroid. Like, that's not a crazy prediction. Like, a lot of people are saying that. Also, a lot of people are saying that Metroid Prime Trilogy HD is going to happen. Like, it's like people are trying to will it into existence.
Yeah.
It kind of makes sense because, like, Metroid Prime 4 is, if it's actually called Metroid Prime 4, there's going to be a lot of people who are like, oh, we should play other Metroid games. There's a whole bunch of other people who have not gotten to Metroid Prime before. They're going to want to try the trilogy. So, do you think that's happening?
Yeah, I hope so, because I would
like an HD version of that.
On my Switch, because I actually never played Part 3 because I couldn't stand the Wii controls. Like,
what?
Motion controls. Nope.
You're
no,
insane.
I hate motion controls. I hate it specifically when they force you to do motion controls. I don't feel like doing motion control. Give me the option. And any game that forced you to do it, that's why I never played Galaxy. I never played Corruption.
Oh, you should play Galaxy though. Galaxy is not really, the motion controls are pretty like.
I tried it. I didn't like it. I didn't like the motion controls.
Man, someday you should go back to Galaxy like that.
Do you
I got recently? I got it for the Wii U, and I tried. I'm like, this is not working.
Okay. How do you feel about Splatoon though?
That's not bad because that's not. First of all, they don't force you to do it, and second of all, it's like motion assisted, and that's awesome. I love motion assisted. I think it's a better setup than pretty much any other shooting. Like any other way to shoot.
So much faster.
Oh my god, it's so great.
Except
Paladins is
okay, PC Master Race.
Paladins is actually adding
yeah.
And I don't like mouse and keyboard. I like it for Dota. I don't like it for shooters. I'd rather just play on a controller.
You do not know the way.
No, I know the
You
way.
are not the pro.
I like it. It cramps my hand. I don't like it.
What?
Cramps my hand.
Me too.
Maybe you have a bad keyboard and mouse.
I don't play a lot of PC games though, but when I've played them, it's kind of like, I rather play. A controller feels more comfortable. It fits.
Depends on what type of game.
It's more natural. Excuse me.
Depends on the game you play. I was playing PC game with a controller today because it was a platformer. It feels way better with a controller.
How come you didn't play mouse keyboard?
Because it's not for everything. Mouse and keyboard, any shooter is no way. If I was playing on PC, there's no way I wouldn't play with mouse and keyboard.
It doesn't matter how high I put the sensitivity. It always feels like I'm running out of space on my mouse pad. Or yeah.
Maybe you don't have a good mouse, or maybe you have a tiny mouse pad.
So,
I can change.
I never have that problem with a controller. Understand? Like it doesn't. Like I could literally put the sensitivity all the way up in Fallout 4, and I don't like the way that it handles. Like, and in Destiny's the same way.
Oh, Destiny's so good with mouse and keyboard. I played Destiny 2 the other day. It's great.
Yeah, people don't like it when I tell them that I'm playing with a controller. Like,
what is wrong with you?
PC Master Race, man. People are just like, why? That's wrong. People who are into PC just like think that
trash.
I
compared to a mouse and keyboard for like aiming, precision aiming, dual sticks are trash.
Sometimes it's not necessarily about what is the fastest way to do it, but what feels the best. And to me, like a controller just fits more naturally. Even it's not necessarily the mouse for me that's usually the issue. It's the left side with pressing the keyboard buttons that just doesn't feel right to me with a lot of PC games.
You also have to like memorize. Different games have different buttons, and you have to like memorize. Yes, and like motion assisted, like with gyro, I think is the best.
I think we all can agree on that. I think all three of us are on the same page with the motion assisted gyro aiming is.
Compared to dual sticks, it's so much better.
Oh, but I was saying, they're actually adding that onto Paladins. I don't know if you've been playing.
Good, because
I played a little bit of it.
Oh, I was trying to play it the other day on Switch.
It's rough.
It's rough.
Yeah.
It needs it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it feels pretty slow otherwise. Yeah, they have it in Doom. They have it in Wolfenstein 2. You know, they have it in Fortnite. Although I haven't checked if it feels good, but. I'm a big fan of gyro aiming. I think that's like one of the main things I know for a fact is going to be in Metroid Prime 4. Like that's gonna be a big part of it.
Gyro assisted aiming would be a thing.
Yeah. So I mean, just to be clear, I don't actually know for a fact. It's a figure of speech. I believe it will. I think it's really likely. I'm willing to bet money on it, but it's not confirmed.
How much?
Huh? How much?
$10 million.
Jeez. Okay. I guess I'm out.
20. I bet 20. 20 is reasonable.
I don't have it.
Oh, oof. Oh well. But yeah, guys, we're calling it a night. If there's anything you guys want us to address, I know that you guys said some things that kind of didn't get to it, but
Travis doesn't like PC gaming in general.
It's because he ain't about that PC Master Race.
no.
I actually don't. There's a lot of things about PC that I don't like. Consoles are way more convenient.
PC lover.
I do love my PC.
Consoles are way more convenient, but the only thing is PCs have games that I don't think work well in consoles. Like real-time strategy games, like they just don't like, not what's the other one? MOBA games. It just works better with the PC. Mouse and keyboard.
The game controller is the best controller.
And Steam is
No.
Kidding, relax. To me, the GameCube controller had the best shoulder buttons ever.
God, no, it didn't.
You're so wrong.
I like them.
Yeah,
They
I
are
loved
okay.
how they felt, and I kind of miss them. But oh well, the
It's
Z
like
button sucked.
cheap
The
plastic.
C stick sucked.
Yeah. D-pad sucked.
Yeah, but the analog stick was great, and I actually enjoyed how they had A, B, X, Y. I thought that felt pretty good.
It's interesting. It's definitely hard to play emulators because they'll put like on-screen prompts for buttons and it confuses you because it's not anywhere near the right shape for a normal controller.
Yeah, it's a little different. So I'll just read some. Prince Awesome added me, so I'm gonna see what he had to say. He said, "Random topic, but I don't like the argument how people say that the only people that want Banjo-Kazooie as a character would be the older fans. Like, I'm 15 and I barely found out about these. I mean, you don't have to be old to like Banjo-Kazooie.
Yeah, that's not no one. I don't know who's saying that. But
I think it's just other people who are not really, well thought.
yeah. I mean, is it an older franchise? Yes. That doesn't really mean much.
You can still play it. Like, Brandon's pretty young. He loves Banjo-Kazooie.
Yeah. What is true is...
He loves it more than both of us, and he's the youngest one here.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh.
But what is true is that it's a minority, like...
Right, it's about the numbers. Yeah, exactly.
So you know what that means?
It means it's getting in anyway, and I don't care.
Fortnite for Smash.
Oh,
Jesus.
no.
I
Dude,
will
what if
literally
Nintendo really did just sell out and it's just straight up like Fortnite guy, Minecraft Steve guy? Who else would be like a sellout character that you're just like, yeah,
Get
they
PUBG guy in there.
PUBG guy. Who else? A Grand Theft Auto guy.
Call of Duty guy somehow. Some Call of Duty representation somehow.
What if it's like a Smash like 100 players land on a giant stage, and only one the stage gets smaller. You have to knock them off.
That'd be fun. I would love it if that was like Smash Run. Like imagine, because like Smash you can kind of like go around and explore. Like what if there's like 100 players in like a Smash Run sort of environment? That'd be interesting. Yeah, but I don't think they're gonna sell out like that. All right, so okay, I think we're pretty much at the end of this discussion, guys. This is a long, we're going for pretty much 4 hours.
Yeah, good.
Savage64 apparently he just subscribed to you, Andy.
Yeah. CJ from Grand Theft Auto and San Andreas for Smash. Masters. Yeah, we talked about Master Chief. It would be cool.
He would be cool. I don't think it's gonna happen, but
No.
it would.
Doom guy would fit better, I think.
Doom guy would be interesting, and their designs are similar.
Yeah.
So you could squint your eye and pretend it's Master Chief.
Could be a
Get a green outfit.
Yeah.
Billion. Cade 6 could be in it.
Yeah. I'm gonna get the Mii fighter with Rex and just nickname it Rex and just pretend it's Rex.
Crying.
It's it's really detailed.
It's a good looking costume.
Very nice.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, have you guys seen those memes where it takes the picture of it takes Shulk's face and Rex's face, and it takes that scene from Monsters Inc. Where the big blue monster and the green monster are in the living room and they're looking at the television, and then the Shulk's face is on the big blue monster, right, and Rex is on the small green one. You guys know what I'm talking about? Those just 2 characters from Monsters Inc.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And like they show the television screen, and then the big blue monster looks at green little monster. So Shulk looks at Rex, and he's like, "Oh man," the show on the screen says, "Oh, you're just a Mii costume." He's like, "Oh, I'm so sorry," and then Rex just lifts his arms like, "Yes, I'm in Smash. I'm a Mii costume." Like he's actually happy about it.
Right.
Like I think It's kind of funny. Whatever. I'll be happy with that me costume, and I think if there's ever like a someday, I think Rex and Pyre are gonna be in Smash Brothers. I don't know when, but someday it'll happen. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for listening, everyone. If there's some question or something that we didn't get to, put it in the Discord or the comments after this video is archived. But yeah, make sure to check out Andy Coloco. That's your internet name, right? Coloco. He has 2 different channels. The one he's focusing mostly on right now is the Nintendo Game Talk. The link to that channel is in the description below. But he has another channel, Coloco, where he does kind of like bigger projects, but it's not as often the upload. But that's also linked in the description below. Check him out, guys. Also, if you haven't checked out Brandon before, from What About Nintendo, check him out as well. Is there anything you guys want to sort of add? Feel free to plug your channels more if there's anything you want to say you guys are working on or anything.
Just quick plug. I recorded a video coming out tomorrow for 5 things I want to see in the Mario movie, so check that out. And
just like he said, I'll be updating more stuff on Nintendo Game Talk. The other one is just for like really long projects. I won't really post there too much. So
okay.
Thanks for having me on, man.
Yeah, love having you on, man. So we'll see you all really soon, guys. Have a great night, or whenever you watch this. Bye.
Later.